Let's go for it. We're going to be playing the Elm Creek Edit by Stevie now on the server. So, I hope everybody's happy with that. Oh, it's a lovely map. Where's me tractors? Right, we'll probably get rid of this potato rubbish. Just have a quick check. I don't think any of our starting fields are potatoes. Could have a look. It's Channel Stalker Andrew. Hello, Andrew. Happy New Year, Andrew. Is that my field? That is my field. That's got sorghum on it. That is ready to harvest. Okie dokie. What we got over here? We've got wheat that's ready to harvest. What we got over here? More sorghum ready to harvest. Loads of stuff to do. What we got over here? Canola ready to harvest. Oh, we've got crops galore. All the crops are ready to harvest. Apart from these ones. Potatoes. Don't like potatoes. Grass ready to harvest. You mean grass ready to mow? Ooh, so we do have a grass field. We do. Nice grass field right up to the railway embankment. I was wondering, because I was looking around the map last night briefly when I put this on the server, and I was like, I'm not seeing any grass anywhere. How does he expect us to do animals without grass? So we have got grass we can mow. Good. Just have a quick run over here. I'm not going to get into the whole collectible hunt, I don't think. That would be... What we've got over here then? We've got some more wheat ready to harvest. Fairly big field of wheat. I believe this is potatoes growing. So we've got, looks like we've got 2 fields of potatoes. Two fields of potatoes. We've got some sorghum growing. That's a big field of sorghum. And what we got over here? I'm just trying to get a grasp of what our farm is starting out with. some soybeans growing. And is this canola ready to harvest? Canola ready to harvest. All good. So, I think first things first then, I need to be jumping into a combine. Let's have a quick look though at the equipment. What do we start out with on the map? Gives us the subsoiler. Not sure if I want a subsoiler, do I? We're going to get rid of the potato seeder. Definitely. I'm not going to bother with that. Get rid of the class uni wrap. I'm going to get rid of that forage wagon because I reckon there's better ones we can have of those. Get rid of the bradle. I'm going to get rid of that seeder, I think. Yes. So I'm going to sell some equipment. Trailers, we've got the power tube thing. That's 22,000 litres capacity. You might need bigger than that. What have we got? Ooh. This is stuff I've just sold. All of that. I wouldn't mind one of them though. I would like GPS on it. 230 grand. Might be a bit pricey, but it was second hand. It was second hand. It's all right. It's second hand. We won't worry about it. Big trailer, Bergman. Big trailer. 63% discount on a trailer, but that only holds silage material. So I can't use it for regular crops. Right, what do I want? I'm going to want a plough. So I'm going to get the ripper. I get one of them. We don't have stone pickers, rollers, mulchers. Fertilizer spreaders. We are going to get one of... Go for one of those, I think. That's a little bit cheaper. I know I like that though because it does quite big capacity, quite widespreading, lime and stuff. A little bit more expensive than the K105, but it's got a better spreading width. Forage wagon, we're going to get. We've got all these ones over here. What did we have? We had the we had that one, didn't we? Which was 26 cubic meters, 26,000. So any of these would be an upgrade. go for the 40. To be honest, it's not of a muchness really. We might as well have that one, I think. That leaves us 33 grand in the bank. Ouch. I'm spending all my money. Spending all the money. But I do know, right off the bat, we've got we've got all the collectibles to go around and find because it's a new map. So there's $1 million. There's $1 million that we can go and get when we want to go and get it. Right. We need... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go to the farm because I need the harvester. We need to start harvesting and getting stuff picked. And then we can start worrying about all the field prep then after that. Now, admittedly, I don't think any of the tractors come with GPS. Weirdly, the only vehicle that we get to start with that has GPS is the truck. That confuses me somewhat. Even the harvester doesn't have GPS, folks. So yeah, this is the Stevie edit of the Elm Creek map. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. The starting farm has everything you absolutely need to get started. Right, I am going to start harvesting in a second, but first, while I'm here, I'm just going to run up here. Oh, fell off. Hello, collectible. 9 more cedars to be found. Might as well get that one while I'm here. Right, we don't get straw then for this crop. Sorghum. Bum, 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 bum. I think this field is massive. This field is ginormous. Let's go and do all the mulching. So we're going to have to mulch this field, obviously, once we've finished. Yeah, this field's quite a bit bigger. I'm going to need to get the tractor out in a minute. Because I'm getting full. 97, 98. I don't think we're going to get to the top of the field. That's not the tractor I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Let's go unload the combine. Let me just... this one. Do 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 do. We've got loads of harvesting to do. Harvesting. It's all going very well. Next door to Cody's toy shop, which won't have many toys in it at the minute because we've not found all the collectibles. I've took one. That's all I did. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. 64%. We'll need to empty soon. Again. 90% full. Right, we are going to have to going empty, I think. I'm just going to chuck it all in the silo for now. Do 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 do. So field is basically got to do that field next, then that field. Just got a mammoth day of harvesting ahead. Do do do. Do 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 do. I see the cars driving around. The AI heading to work. We've already been at work. Because we've got harvesting to do galore. Then loads of field reprep. We've got so much to do. Good job I've got nothing better to do today, really. Oh, we'll turn that off. That light might go a little bit dark, but I don't like that desk light shining in my eyes. There we go. Sorghum, canola. Have we got another sorghum anywhere? I think we've only got one. Let's go unload this guy. So that was sorghum, wasn't it? Yeah. Not the best time of year to be selling that. Trees. I hate trees. I would like to chop them all down. So we've got soybeans, canola, straw is not available for this crop type. Okay. I wonder if we get soybean straw. Corn straw. Do. Let's move the webcam a little bit. I'll try to. Let me. Oh, we've broken it, folks. I feel you're a long way away from the action. Is that better? I think you prefer being up close and personal, don't you? There we go, that's better. So we've got, I don't know how many fields to harvest. All of them, I think, apart from the potato ones. There we go. Do, 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 do. 55% full. Initial harvesting seems to be going okay. And plenty of crops. As I say, I don't know when the best time to sell all this is going to be. I think the main thing is just get it in the silo and then we'll have a look at the prices and decide what we're selling. 80% nearly. %. We'll be coming to empty this in a second. $97. I'll just start piping out. Out of curiosity, have I got the fill level warning mod installed on the server? I haven't. That's alright. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any beeps or blips or that kind of stuff to tell me that the harvester's getting full. And it's because we don't have that mod on the server. I've got it in my single player. But I don't have it here on the server. Lots of fields to harvest. Let's have a Carabao Apple Energy, shall we? I think New Year's Eve's going to be a long day. I think New Year's Eve is going to be a very long day. Train. Hello, train. The birds are coming. The birds. Good morning. Good morning, Gozer. How are you on this fine New Year's Eve? Are you ready to say goodbye, 21? Hello, 22? All good. You? Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Just another day really long. Yeah, I guess it feels like that. It just feels like a Friday to me. It just feels like Friday. I'm glad it's the weekend tomorrow. It's Poets Day, everybody. Let's just be happy it's Poets Day. But yeah, this is the first day on a brand new map. First day on this brand new map, so got lots to do. Got lots to do. We've got to get all the fields harvested to start with, and then take stock of where we're at and figure out what we're going to be doing then long term. Am I enjoying FS22? Yes. For the most part, definitely yes. There's a couple of issues that I have with the game, and with things. I'm sure they'll get fixed in time. It's just getting used to everything. You know, we forget we had, you know, FS19 was a bit rough and ready when it first came out, and that's Stevie's edit map. Yeah, this is Stevie's edit map. I'm having a bit of a go on that today. I've put the map on the server to see if anybody else can play it. I'll be quite surprised. I've had to turn my graphics down to medium to be able to get this thing to blooming load. So I would imagine other people are going to struggle. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these trees here. These trees may have to go. I might have to chop that because I kind of would like to be able to drive down there. Stevie likes his trees, that's for sure. Stevie must be a bit of a tree hugger in real life, I think. I think Stevie's a tree hugger. Because he tends to go a bit crazy with the trees. There is a graphics problem on the map. There is indeed. If you try playing it on your system's recommended settings, the map doesn't load. The game crashes at 23% while trying to load the map or create the game if you are trying to create a save. Which is obviously a bit of a problem, so you have to turn your graphics down. Whatever your system recommends as the best graphics for the game, you have to go 1 or 2 notches below that. So if your system says you can play this game on ultra high, to play this map you will need to set to medium. Otherwise the game just crashes out every time at 23%. Like I say, it's a bit confusing. But Stevie says he doesn't plan. He's not planning any updates or for the map until after the next patch from Giant. So you kind of have to live with it. You kind of have to live with the problem. So if you run very high, you probably would have to set it to medium then, like me. There's also another little interesting bug on the map, where if you go into the field and you look at the fields, you've got field 25 up here, great big massive field. However, when you actually come to buy the land, it's actually on 2 separate bits of land. You can't buy field 25 in one go. You've got to buy two plots to get the field. Stevie missed that one as well. So field 25 might be the most expensive field on the map, because you've got to buy 2 lots of land to be able to farm that field. Oh, I didn't check to see if we've got soybean straw or not. I'll do it the next time I come up the field, I think. Stevie usually adds in a few extra straw types. It'd be nice to be able to get a bit of straw. Because I'm already down to 34,000 bucks of my starting 100 grand. I've already spent quite a bit of money. I bought a second-hand tractor. I did. I've sold a couple of bits of equipment that Stevie gives us to start with because I don't plan on using it. I got rid of all the potato. I got rid of the potato planter and some other bits and bobs. Yeah, his production pack's nice. I think I've got that installed actually. Wrong with that one. Yeah, silage fermenting, grass drying, TMR mixing, pig food mixing, manure mixing, fertilizer production, seed production, lime production. I do like that one though. I much prefer that one for 15 grand. The one that's on the mod hub, the lime factory, the lime production that's on the mod hub, I do like that one. I have seen today a post from the mod author that he's actually submitted an update for the mod to Giants, where it's now going to require you to put water and stuff in the stone picker, and it will actually generate less lime. I can't imagine there's going to be too many people that are going to update the mod when it when that comes out, because from all accounts everybody loves the lime machine in its current version, in its current format, because it makes quite a good bit of money. It's quite profitable if you can get the stones and you can sell the lime. It's quite a profitable little gizmo. I know Mr. CDP absolutely loves the machine, so I can't see him updating, because he uses that lime picker in his whole field flipping, his whole new field flipping system that he does. But I like the fact on Stevie's map there's plenty of room for placeables. He's created dedicated placeable areas, and I'm definitely going to be banging down some... I'm going to be banging down a lot of sell points. Because one thing I found from playing both this map, the Giants version of this map, and also the French map, Haut Baileron, there's not a lot of sell points. There's not a lot of variety and options when it comes to selling stuff that you're producing. So you need to bang in the sell points. You need to get them banged in pretty quick, pretty early, so you've got more options on where to sell your stuff. I'm not fussed about doing productions right away. I think a lot of the production chains require way too much stuff. They require way too much stuff, so I'm not planning on getting into the productions anytime soon, but I definitely want to get some more sell points scattered around the map, so I've got options on where we can sell stuff. and so we can actually earn money. Because as we've already learnt from playing this map in multiplayer already, the bakery is really nice for buying eggs until you've sold about 7,000 eggs, and then it stops buying your eggs and says, nope, we don't want any more. And at that point, it's a case of, oh God, where do we sell them now? So yeah, we need more sell points. Because unfortunately, until you get into the whole cake making business, the bakery doesn't consume eggs. If you're not making cakes, it doesn't use the eggs up. The eggs just sit there in storage, and you're like, It's nice though that on this map, when you first log in, all the fields are ready for harvest. All the fields. You're not having to sit around waiting. You can literally start earning money from the first day on Stevie's map. Because literally all our fields are ready to harvest. We've got wheat, we've got canola, we've got sorghum. And what else have we got? We've got grass to mow, I think. We've got some potatoes. Looks like we've got some corn. What else have we got over there? Some more canola. So yeah. Quite a lot of harvesting to do today, and unfortunately I'm all by myself at the moment. There's nobody else on the server but me. I imagine it's going to be a while before anyone joins me, because people are going to have to download all the mods, and then they're also going to have to change all their graphic settings to be able to actually run the map. Could be a while. I don't expect to see Mr. Helgi today, I don't. Need to make enough money quickly so we can retrofit all these vehicles with GPS, because so far the only vehicles we've got with GPS are the pickup. Don't know why the pickup would need GPS, but Stevie gave us GPS on the pickup. And then of course the case tractor I've just purchased, the second-hand tractor I've just bought, has got GPS on it. Wrong way. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum. Might look at switching this trailer out for the Crone, perhaps. In the old trailer section, I fancy having 520. That one with the sliding floor, I think it is. These are the best base maps so far. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm definitely a bigger fan of these two, Elm Creek and Hout Baileron, than I was Ravenport and Fellsbrunn. That is why in FS19 the first map I played was the Estancia Lapacho map, because I didn't like either of the two base maps in FS19. In FS17 I only played Goldcrest Valley of the Giants maps, and then obviously once modded maps came out I played modded maps. I played quite a bit on Welker, on Welker's farm. But I didn't play a lot of FS17. I didn't play a lot of FS17. And I actually stopped playing FS17 before the Platinum expansion came out. So I never played Estancia Lapacho in 17. I only played it in 19. But yeah, out of all the maps, these two maps have been definitely the best maps that Giants have made. And even when you compare these two maps with the Alpine map, night and day difference. You know, I've been playing a little bit on the Alpine map in a off-camera save. I must admit I'm not a massive fan of it. I never play, and I didn't play the Alpine map in FS19. The DLC came out. I played the map that first day on stream when the DLC came out. I streamed that map for one day and then I never touched it again. I didn't like it. But I have been playing it off camera over Christmas a little bit. I've been playing it with my Steam Link using my Steam controller and my iPad. So I've been playing FS22 on my iPad. So I've been able to do the whole be present with the family and be sociable, but at the same time I'm not really with the family and sociable. Because I've got my head in the iPad and my Steam controller. Yeah, I'm looking forward to modded maps. I know we've got No Man's Land already from Alien Jim. I need to start playing on that map. I plan to do maybe a bit of a stream save on that map. Maybe 2 days a week, stream me playing that map. But I just feel like I don't want to take on too much, because I'm already doing the French map, I'm already doing the Elm Creek map in single player Let's Plays for YouTube. I'm obviously doing the multiplayer map here for Twitch. So if I take on a fourth map, if I take on a fourth save, I may just be seeing Farm Sim in my sleep. You don't like Alien Jim's maps at all? Really? I quite like... I enjoyed... I liked... Oh, what was the first one? I did a Let's Play on it for FS19. Can't remember the name of the map. But I enjoyed that one. I didn't like Washoe, Nevada. I didn't like that map very much. Sherwood, was it Sherwood Farms or something like that? This was his third map, I think it was. That was all right. And then obviously No Man's Land came out, which had absolutely no fields at all, and you had to build your own farm completely from scratch. You had to make your own fields because the map didn't have any on it. I quite like that. I quite like that. He's literally just given every player a blank template and gone, here you go, make your own farm. So No Man's Land is quite fun. If you like making your own farm, like making your own fields, doing your own landscaping, doing your own placeables and things like that, No Man's Land is bloody great for that. But yeah, fields all square. That is one of my biggest gripes and biggest complaints. That's the one thing that's likely to send me on the rant train. If you want to get me ranting, square fields. It's 2022, people. Map makers, mod makers, it's 2022. Can we stop having square fields on maps, please? It's boring and it's completely unrealistic. As I said in my map review video for this map that I published yesterday, I said in that video, my biggest complaint in every single one of my map reviews for FS19 was square fields. I hated square fields. And if a map came out that had square fields, I was already marking it down. I was already knocking points off. Because I was like, yeah, I don't like square fields. Come on. The world might be flat, but not farm fields aren't square. You know? You know? Just because the world is flat. That's why Oxy's are the best. Ah, you see, I didn't like Oxy's maps. I didn't like Oxy's maps in FS19. I played the first one. Whatever it was called. Marwell, was it Marwell Manor? I played that one. That was okay-ish. But then his maps after that, I didn't like them. And was it Chellington? Was that the last one? Chellington? That I had issues with that map. That map I had problems with that map. There were bugs with it. There were things on the map that didn't work right. And I was like, I am done. Done with this. Because especially as Oxy's attitude is that he's the greatest thing to farm sim. You know, the greatest gift to farm sim since like sliced bread or whatever. And he's in that little group. He's in that little group with the likes of Bullet Bill. and that annoyed me. That bloke annoys the hell out of me. So anybody that hangs around with him, kind of by you know, association, gets marked down, gets a bad rep. Fave map was Stone Valley. Stone Valley. I can't remember. There's a couple of maps that I played that I enjoyed. The weird thing was, a lot of the maps on the mod hub, I found issues with a lot of them. Lancy Boys. Yeah, Stone Valley, the big American map. Yeah, I played that one. Yeah, that map was okay. But then Lancy Boy went a bit weird, and he started coming out with some maps that were just garbage. And then once he started putting all that Maze Plus crap in all his maps, I couldn't play his maps because I didn't want to get involved in all that Maze Plus rubbish. You know. I didn't want my whole gaming sessions being spent trying to make flipping food for my cows, all my animals, all the different silages and everything. So yeah, anything that came out with Maze Plus in it, I never touched. I never touched it. But Lancy Boy did that awful thing where he actually started baking it into the map. So even if he didn't have the Maze Plus mod, it didn't matter because he actually built it into the map. So it was like permanently on in the map. So, yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like his last couple of maps for FS19. And then he did that convert of Western Australia. That was his last map for FS19. He brought out that Western Australia 4X map thing that he converted from somebody else. And all the issues that were in the original map were still there. It's like he didn't fix the things that were wrong. Like you had fields where parts of the fields were outside the map border, so you couldn't actually like fully harvest or fully work a field. I know we tried that map on the server. We tried that map on the server for a couple of weeks, but in the end we ended up going back to Felsbrunn. We did. I like the idea of the Western Australia map. Great big wide open map with massive huge fields, needing all the big massive equipment, but the map just didn't play right. Again, it had bugs in it that he didn't fix. He didn't update it and didn't submit a fixed version, so ended up having to stop playing it. And Lancy Boy was another one of the map authors that towards the end of FS19, I don't know whether he got a little bit lazy with some of his maps, but he would stop doing like proper field definitions in the map files. So if you was trying to use like easy dev controls to set up your map and trying to use AI workers and stuff, they didn't work properly. Because he never set up like the proper, he didn't you know, define all the edges of all the fields and define all the field sizes. there was quite a few maps I enjoyed playing in FS19, and as I say, some of the best maps I played weren't Mod Hub maps. I enjoyed Ballydawn. That was a nice map. That was never released on the Mod Hub. I enjoyed Don Diego. What was the first map we played in multiplayer? I can't remember now. I can't remember what the first map was that we played in multiplayer. Because that was a good map. And that wasn't on the Mod Hub. And of course, Stevie's maps, none of those are on the Mod Hub. And Stevie's maps were the best maps that I played in FS19. Ringwoods, Snettertons, Fenton Forest, Lakeland Vale. All those maps were awesome. Pine Cove. I didn't like Freedom Farm. Freedom Farm was not a map I liked, and that was not one of Stevie's best. That was a bit kind of in between No Man's Land and Square Fields. No Man's Land and Square Fields. But the other maps I quite enjoyed. Stevie had Square Fields though, lol. Yes, but if you actually checked on Stevie's maps, Stevie kind of hit the sweet spot, because he on Stevie's maps he had an equal number of square fields and natural shaped fields. So the players that liked the natural fields, they could just buy and farm all the natural fields and ignore the square ones, and the players that liked the square fields, they could buy the square fields and ignore the wibbly wobbly ones. And I thought that was quite a good compromise, really. It meant that everybody, the maps were accessible to everybody. As I say, Freedom Farms was the one that was just weird, because that just had 4 great big massive square fields, and then it was a bit of you had to put all your own sell points in. You had to put all your own buildings in. It was a bit like No Man's Land, in that you had to make everything yourself. So yeah, I think the only one of Stevie's maps that I didn't play was Freedom Farms. Obviously, one of the maps I was really looking forward to playing, and then ended up being probably most disappointed with, was Millennial Farm. That map, when it finally came out, wasn't great. Mapper's Paradise didn't do a good job on that. Which was a shame, because obviously Millennial Farm was like the map that everybody was looking forward to. All the people that obviously watch his YouTube channel, I think, they were all wanting the map. And then it came out and it was like a mess. I think the problem is because they tried to do it as a console mod. They should have just made it 4X and said it was going to be PC only. And then they could have built the map properly. I mean, Welker's Farm was a nice map. Obviously, Welker's Farm was square fields. Just big square fields, so it was quite easy to do. Whereas, as I say, Millennial Farmer's map quite a bit more complicated. And they tried doing some very creative stuff on the map with the whole like with the grain bin, with the grain dryer system and everything. But obviously they were restricted because they couldn't do it with scripts, because then it wouldn't have been able to release on console. And I think it just kind of didn't work properly. I looked at the grain bin system on the Millennial Farmer map, and I thought that would have been a perfect grain bin if they'd integrated it with something like Global Company and put like Global Company like functionality into it. It probably would have worked better. But that would have then obviously restricted the map to being PC only, and I don't think Mappers Paradise wanted to do that. Because obviously if you release PC only and you cut out all the console downloads, you're not going to get paid as much by Giants, because obviously when you're getting paid per download, you want to make sure you're going to get as many downloads as possible, so you really do need to hit that console crowd. You need to make sure your mod is on consoles. And I think that's sometimes where some of the mods and some of the maps in FS19 suffered. And it's probably going to be where a lot of the mods and maps suffer in FS22. Because people are going to try and go for the money, rather than let's actually make a quality product. And we've seen that already with the report that there's been over, like, 3,000 mods submitted already to Giants, the FS22. And 97% of them have been rejected. There's a lot of new people trying to get into the whole mod scene with FS22's release. There's a lot of new people coming out of the woodwork trying to do modding, but obviously they're not doing it the right way. There's a lot of people doing like converts of FS19 mods and submitting them and trying to take the credit for them, even though obviously they're converting somebody else's work. So all those mods are going to get rejected straight away, because if they haven't had permission to convert the mod, Giants are rejecting those. But it's time. At the end of the day, it's time that Giants mod testers have to spend rejecting mods that shouldn't have been submitted in the first place, really. But there's so many people that want to get the dollar, want to earn the money by getting on the mod hub, that they're willing to steal whatever mods they want, convert them and upload them. I mean, you look on the mod hub now, right now, all the mods that have come out for FS22, you look at the names of the mod authors, there are so many new names. So many new names that weren't there in FS19. And it's like, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what their credibility is. I don't know whether they're a good modder or not. How do I know whether their mod is worth downloading? They have no reputation because they're complete unknowns. But everyone thinks, oh, it's on the mod hub, it must be great because it's past testing. It's been tested by Giants and it's all, all above board. I have to pick up the straw in a minute. I've dropped straw all over this thing. Get to test out my new loading wagon though, won't I? I get to put my new loading wagon to the test. That's what I've spent all my money on. Yeah, if you're wondering what I've spent my first 65,000 bucks on, we'll go to the shop in a minute and I'll show you what I spent my 65,000 bucks on. Bearing in mind we did sell some bits as well, so we kind of part exchanged. Because I sold a few bits. We sold the cedar. We sold the bradle. We sold the loading wagon and the baler that Stevie gave us. So we sold some equipment and then I bought some other stuff. So I've probably spent a little bit more than 65,000. My God, I've used half a tank of fuel already in the harvester. That high fuel use setting that Giants added to the game in patch 1.2, I really like that, because now you actually have to refuel your vehicles. Whereas before you never would. I'll tell you what, I would love to have auto drive on the server. I'd love to have auto drive plugged in. I need to get into single player and do some testing of that, because I really want to get to grips with auto drive in FS22. Especially because course play seems a bit weird. If anybody's tried the FS22 version of course play so far, the development version, it's a bit weird. It is. It's a bit weird. I don't like. I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of having it integrated into the menu here, and like the workers menu and everything. I much preferred when course play had the little pop-up hood thing when you hit the right mouse button. I kind of wish they'd go back to that. It seemed a lot easier to use. But yeah, I mean, I've had a bit. I've been trying to dabble a little bit with auto drive in my single player saves, but I've not really. I don't fully understand it yet. It wasn't a mod I used in FS19, so it's completely new to me, and I'm trying to obviously figure it out. And I'm trying to figure it out myself. I'm not looking up any guides. I'm not looking up any videos, because I feel, for me, the best way for me to learn is to have a go at it myself and figure it out. I feel that's how I'm better off at retaining information. For the first map, I cheat money in to buy all the productions, equipment, etc., just to try them all out. Next map is a proper playthrough. You see, I've not done that. Both of my maps I've been playing proper. Both my Elm Creek, my alternative Let's Play series, Elm Creek, my Elm Creek alternative Let's Play series, which I'm playing without seasons, and I've been playing proper without cheating anything. The only thing I've done on Elm Creek is run around and found all the collectibles to get that 1 million cash, that extra 1 million in cash, and then on Hout Baler on. I've not cheated anything on Hout Baler on. I've been playing that proper. Again, the only thing I've done on that is run round, found all the game cartridges, the collectibles to get me the 1 million cash, which I then spent and absolutely wasted terraforming some land. If you didn't watch that video on YouTube, man, that's worth a watch. I tried to fix a divot I tried to fix a little bit of a dip in a field with the landscaping tools. There was a little bit of a dip, and I wanted to flatten it out because I planned to make the field bigger. And I ended up burning through like 300 grand's worth of money trying to just level out this dip. I was like, all my money's gone. Use the mod, no charge for landscaping. Yes, I've got that mod now. I have that mod now. And the reason I got that mod was because after Giants brought out the little update for the game, for this game, where you can now delete things. You can now like delete the placeables. I need to go somewhere where you can delete decorations on the map. Some of the decorations on my Elm Creek save, I was like, great, I can get rid of all the useless buildings. I can get rid of all the decorations. That's going to be fantastic. I can get rid of the house that has no sleep trigger. I can get rid of the shed that you can't open the doors on and stuff. So obviously I came down here, and in my Let's Play series, I deleted the buildings. I demolished all the buildings. So like this shed here, I demolished. The house, I demolished. That building there, I demolished. And then literally, I was left with a load of uneven and wonky ground. It just leaves loads of wonky ground with great big holes in it. So to fix that would have cost you thousands, millions. So yeah, I downloaded the free landscaping tools mod. Free landscaping. But weirdly, after doing the landscaping, I still ended up having to roll back my save because I broke the terrain. Because when I flattened all this lot out and tried to level all this area, for some weird reason, all the ground was lower than the road here. This road was floating in the air then. There was a big gap and the road was just floating. It might have been because I leveled it. I set my level to this bit, and then when I leveled, obviously everything went lower, but the road doesn't move because the road is an object. It's not painted. So unfortunately the road didn't move, so I was left with this wonky road just floating about 6 foot in the air. So I was like, yeah, I don't know how to fix that. So I ended up having to roll back my save. So in my Elm Creek Let's Play, I've not actually deleted the buildings, I've just left them now. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to remove them. I'm not going to remove them. I'm going to pick up a few collectibles while I'm here, though. Before I head back and start doing some straw collecting. I think there's one over here on the back of this sign, isn't there? Stevie's moved the sign, but he forgot to move the pig. So look. Normally, that pig should be on the front of the sign, but obviously he's just moved the sign a fraction. And now the pig is hidden. But yeah, there it is. But yeah, this is what I've bought. This is what I've spent my money on. I've got a tractor, a loading wagon. We've got a Amazonian fertilizer stroke lime spreader. And we've got a John Deere 6.8 metre plough. So, quite happy. I should probably buy silage additive, but as I'm not actually doing any silage yet, I'm not picking up grass, I think I'm going to leave it. Otherwise I'm going to end up with a pallet, because you don't actually use a ton of silage additive from my experience so far. I think in my Hout Baler on Let's Play, I've had 1 pallet of silage additive sitting at the shop for a year now. It's been sat at the shop for a full year in-game. Because I've not been able to use it. There's my header trailer. Don't let me forget where I parked the header trailer, folks. Because I guarantee you, I'll be looking for that later. And I'll be like, where the bloody hell is the, Oh, that's not good. Ah! I've got to fold it. This is my sneakily modified. I've sneakily modified this this machine. I've made the pickup area a lot wider, so I shouldn't miss any straw as I'm going around the field. I should pick up all the straw without missing bits. One of my little projects for over the Christmas period that I didn't actually get round to doing. I was going to go through the whole game, and I was going to all the balers. I was going to fix the pickup widths on all the balers to make the pickup areas wider. I think I've only done 2 or 3 out of all the balers in the game. So if I'm going to buy a baler, it will need to be either the New Holland big baler, or it'll have to be the Vicon fast baler, I think it is. If I'm doing bales, round bales, and I probably will do round bales, because round bales we can transport 24 of at a time on the trailer. Whereas square bales you can only do 14, I think it is. Wow, this trailer's actually a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. I'm not sure if this will fit back in my shed. I think when I reverse into the shed, it's probably going to stick out the front door. I might have to put it in the same shed as the harvester. I might have to shuffle some equipment round in the future. But yeah, we're going to need to make some money, folks, because we don't have a mulcher. We're going to need a mulcher. We don't have a roller, and we're going to need a roller. We don't have a seeder now because I sold it. And we're going to need a seeder. And we don't have a herbicide sprayer. And we're going to need a herbicide sprayer. We're also going to need a grass roller. Otherwise, when I mow the grass, it's not going to regrow. What I may have to do, I may have to dig the grass field up. I may just have to dig the grass field up because it says it needs lime and everything. So, I may have to temporarily dig it up and then reseed it. it says it needs ploughing and it needs lime, so might be worth digging it up after we've mowed it and got some grass. It might be worth ploughing the field, and then reseeding it, and then roll it, and then oh, flipping out, the deer everywhere. Animals, shoot them. Shame we can't harvest some venison, eh? But yeah, it's interesting you say there you bought all the productions, because that's as of today, I really haven't touched the production stuff in FS22. I've not touched any of the production buildings really, and got involved in that stuff, which is weird because obviously in FS19 I was mad for productions. I had all the Global Company mods, and before Global Company came out, I had all the Farmer Shuby fill type mover mods. You know, once we started getting factory mods for the game, I was mad for them, because it gave you loads of stuff to do away from the fields, gave you a bit more to get involved in. But weirdly in FS22, because there is so much to do with the fields now, I haven't had chance to look at the productions yet. You know, at most the most I've dabbled with is the greenhouses, and I think the grain mill for making flour. And then I think that on the server, before I obviously changed the map here, I had the we had the bakery, and we was making bread, because bread seemed to be worth a lot more money than wheat and barley on its own. But I think one of the reasons why I haven't really dived into the productions yet is because I'm waiting for auto load trailers. You know, I'm waiting for Alfalfa to come out with his easy auto load script for FS22, and then his auto load trailers, so I can deal with the pallets. Because I don't really want to be mucking about with a forklift. I don't want to be doing all the pallet handling. So as soon as I can get a good auto load trailer, now let's see. Can I put the straw in the main silo, or do I have to put it in the hayloft? Normally Stevie lets you put straw in the silo, but then he's also put a hayloft on the map. I could. Okay, I can put straw in the silo, because I imagine this will get quite full. I imagine this will fill up pretty quick with straw. Viking Bigfoot 87, hello. And yes, look at this handsome bearded chap. Indeed, indeed. Must admit, I didn't cut my hair this year. I didn't do my me pre-Christmas head shaving like I did last year. Alone today, or do we have Helgi or Grandpa? We don't have Helgi, not at the moment. As I say, this is a brand new map that I've just put on the server this morning, so Mr. Helgi's going to have to download the map and all the mods before he can play. along with anybody else. Anybody else wanting to pay is going to have to download the map and all the mods from the server. So, and then you're going to have to mess about with your graphic settings because this map does not play nice. This map does not play nice with your default settings. So to be able to actually join and load onto the map myself, I've had to turn my graphics down to medium. I've had to set the game to medium graphics level. Are the graphics that much harder on your setup than 19? No, not normally. On all the Giants maps, I've been playing on ultra high settings with additional custom tweaks to make the view distances even further. So I've been playing on like 350% view distance on ultra high settings with like the Nvidia, what is it, Nvidia DLLS and DLA stuff. I mean, GeForce Experience for me sets the game to, you know, ultra. As soon as I hit optimize, it sets it to like ultra level. But for some reason, this map, whenever you try to load into it, it crashes at 23%. So I tried it on high. And it crashed. I set my game then to medium and it's loaded up now. So as this is a mod map, whatever the mod author has done to the map, it's causing some issues, but it's not playing nice. Goza asks, are you supposed to mulch before cultivating? Yes, you are supposed to mulch after harvesting. If you want the 2.5% bonus to your next yield, you need to mulch after harvesting. Before you do cultivating, ploughing, any of that kind of stuff, you need to do mulching. And then immediately after seeding, you want to do rolling as well. You need to do rolling immediately after seeding as well, and then that gets you another 2.5% bonus. See, now I've tipped that in there. I meant to put that in the bloody doodah. The good thing is, it's nice to know that we can stick a bit of straw in the silo. Because I'm assuming then I can also get the straw out again. I love this mower, by the way. I'm glad Stevie gave us this mower. I'm trapped. I'm glad Stevie gave us this mower because I really like this LO mower unit. That's the one I've been using already in all my Let's Plays. I really like that. Do we have a fill point somewhere? Unload here. Oh, hang on a minute. No. That's not a hayloft, is it? That's not a hayloft. It's a sell point. It's not a storage. It's not a storage. So I've just sold. I've just sold the straw instead of storing it. Yeah. Because there's no output for it, so that is a sell point only. Good to know. Don't tip there again. Let's not tip there anymore, because we don't want to be selling. We need to be filling up the silo. Right, we've got more harvesting to do, so I need to come down here now and I need to do this field. Let me go grab the header trailer quickly and bring it with me. But is that? Oh. See, now I'm confused, because I also picked up some collectibles. So is that money I've made from the collectibles, or is that money from selling straw? Harvest income 2,761. It was from selling straw. Just checking. Yeah, don't. Let's not do that again then. It's nice that we've got a straw sell point right at the farm. But, see, Mr. Helgi told me, don't remove the trees. Leave the trees. Don't take the trees away. But I'm starting to think to myself, some of the trees are going to have to go, because they're a little bit in the way for me. Right, we've got a little cornfield to come back for. And we're going to have to harvest that. That field to me seems to be a lot smaller. Field number 1. See, I might end up removing that field then, or possibly turning that into a grass field, because it's a little bit too small for crops, as I like to put on my fields. Get some more straw then. Just going to quickly carve a headland. But yeah, windrow sails. I might as well leave the loading wagon in the windrow sail. Park it in that building then, I guess, for future, when we're not using it. Park it in that shed. what I will remember to do as well, when this harvester needs to be refueled, I will go to the actual petrol station, because then I can get the collectible from the roof. I can use the harvester to boost me up. So I think one of the first things we want to get, once we've got all the crop situation sorted out and all the fields situation sorted out, we want to get our chickens. We definitely need to get our chickens on the go and start getting eggs, because eggs are a good money maker. And I think Stevie's pen allows you to have 690 chickens. So Stevie's pen, so 690 chickens can lay quite a few eggs. Obviously, we might end up getting more pens. Chickens. I'll have a quick check on the Discord while I'm here. See what's occurring. Mr. Helgi is playing X4 Foundations. He is. I have no idea what that game is, but that's what he's been playing all Christmas. He's not been on the server at all over Christmas, Mr. Helgi, which is one of the reasons why I decided to change the map this morning, because I figured there's no one been on it for the past week. One of the things I should do as well is update my commands, so if anybody does put in the mods command, it actually links to the correct download page for all the mods, server mods, if there is anybody out there that's wanting to join the server. So we've got potatoes planted. Potatoes. Not a big fan of potatoes. We're also gonna get sheep pretty quickly as well on this map, because we've got the sheep pen and obviously we've got the grass field, so we can get some grass harvested pretty quickly. So we'll be able to start doing sheep very early and getting plenty of wool and stuff, which again should make quite a bit of money for us. I just felt on the Giants map, the Giants map that we've been playing since obviously the game released. It's just felt like a real massive grind that we were struggling to make progress. You know, we wasn't really making any money from our crops and stuff, and therefore, you know, progress was really kind of slow and limited. Whereas I think maybe on Stevie's map here, we might be able to make progress a lot quicker, because we've got things like we can get straight into the animals We haven't got to buy the pens for like 500 grand, you know. We've already got all the animal pens placed. So that's something we haven't got to spend money on. I just think we're going to be able to make a bit quicker progress. And obviously the dream will be to get enough money to be able to buy an X9 harvester and have our very own X9, the king of harvesters. Because we'll be able to harvest whole fields without having to worry about emptying. With an X9. An X9 will be able to harvest the whole field in one go. That's probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but obviously the fact that the X9 has a 28,000 litre tank makes it a little bit more useful. You know, this case only has a 10,000 litre tank. I think it's 10,000 litres. So, you know, the X9 is like 3 times the capacity. So it requires 3 times less attention from grain cart drivers. You can just leave it running to get on with what it's doing. See, all these fields had weeds and stuff on them, so we're not going to get an accurate yield count from harvesting these fields, because all these fields are in desperate need of like proper farming and attention. Like I say, they won't have been mulched, they won't have been ploughed, they won't have been limed, they probably haven't been fertilised, they've not been weeded. They wouldn't have been rolled, so these are I think all these fields to start with are at their absolute worst possible state. My harvester keeps spinning off to the side. Why is that? Big field of sorghum there. That is growing, if I remember right. So that's not ready to harvest yet. keep forgetting as well, we've got the Big Field 17 down here. Oh, which is sugar beets. Scumbag Stevie. Stevie, you scumbag. I don't want to do sugar beets. Quick, can we get down there and plough that field? Can we plough it? Plough the sugar beets in? Plant something else? One of the things I'm looking forward to in the next couple of days is getting a bit of a upgrade for my computer in the form of a nice new monitor. I was kind of hoping it was going to be here today, but the company I ordered it from forgot to actually dispatch it yesterday. They forgot to put it on the courier, so it didn't actually ship, otherwise it would have been here today. So I've got to wait till next week for it, but I'm getting a 4K monitor, a QHD 4K 144 Hz monitor. So from next week I might be able to start producing some farm sim videos in 4K. That might be interesting. Trying to see if I can record and upload 4K farm sim videos. I wonder if my hard drive can cope with that, my editing drive, because the 1080 videos that I record now tend to be about the raw videos tend to be about 80 gig for like a 45 minute episode, and then the edited and rendered videos are about 14 or 15 gig once they've been through the editing process. So I imagine the 4K videos are going to be even higher. That could seriously impact my ability to upload videos every single day. I'm banging out 4K videos. I'll have to have a look into what the ideal bit rate is for 4K. For a 4K video. Because my 1080 videos, I rendered it about 10,000 bits. I stream at about 5,000. And that's constant bit rate as well when I do my videos. They're constant bit rate, so I don't use variable bit rate anymore, because the first bunch of FS22 videos that I obviously put out, a lot of people said the videos looked a bit cartoony, a little bit washed out and stuff. And I think it was because of the VBR and the fact that the videos were fluctuating in bit rate all the time, depending on what was happening in the video. So for the past month I've been doing all my videos in constant bit rate, which obviously makes the file sizes a heck of a lot higher, but it does make the quality better. And certainly Mr. Helgi's not been complaining about the graphics in my video, on every video. But yeah, once I've got all this harvesting done, we're going to have to do all the mulching. We're then going to have to do ploughing. We're going to need to then do stone picking. Jesus, it's on a bike. Oh, man alive. Need to get some placeables placed, I think. Can I get a cell phone tower? Can I put down the cell tower somewhere? Do a deal with Kevin Bacon to get an EE 5G tower put somewhere on the farm. That earns us some income every hour, on the hour. I don't know if I've got that, have I? Have I got generators? No! We don't have the cell tower mod. You scumbag. You see, this is the problem, you see. I'm not using anywhere near as many mods on the server as I am in single player. In single player, I'm using a whole folder load of mods. A massive folder load of mods. And on the server, I'm using probably half a dozen. It's quite close to vanilla, the server is. There's just a couple of the quality of life mods that we always have that you really need on the server, but apart from that, it's all pretty much vanilla. So yeah, we've got no, well, the only real income generator I may be able to get is the stone crusher. If we decide to do the stone crusher. This is nearly full. Doo-doo-doo. Right, empty, and then come back and finish emptying the harvester. I like the fact I'm going to get to Mr. Helgi. I'm going to do all the harvesting and then just go, right, your turn to do all the ploughing, Mr. Helgi. Gonna Helgi the Helgi. I am. Boom, 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 boom. Little bridges. New little bridges. As I say, it does feel weird seeing all these trees. Because none of these trees are here on the original map, on Giant's map. None of those trees are there, over there. They're not. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like trees. That's one of the things I love about Alien Jim's No Man's Land map. I can go up I can chop that signpost down and it deletes all the trees on the whole map in one go, just by removing that one signpost. I wish every map had that option. I wish every map author gave you that option. There we all go. Bum, 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 bum. So much to harvest. Do 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 do. A lot of wheat. A lot of wheat. Do-do-do-do. Ah, I'm full again. Bloody hell. So much wheat. Let's go and empty the trailer in a second. Obviously it's a false perspective, because obviously the harvester doesn't have that big a capacity and the trailer's not that large either, so I'm thinking to myself, part of my brain is thinking, wow, we're getting loads because of how many times I'm getting full, but we're not actually getting loads. We're barely getting anything off of these fields. Like I say, we are really gonna have to, obviously once we've worked them properly, I imagine the yield of these fields will double. Whatever we've harvested off all of these fields, we will double that next time we harvest them easily, given the proper treatment and the proper preparation. Here, no. Hunter arm, cable and other bit. Bigger thing. The bits for my monitor that I need for when my monitor gets here. For mounting it on my desk. Bom, 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 bom. Bear with me 1 minute. I'm gonna text somebody. You can never find the right emojis when you need them, can you? Back to the field, back to the harvester, back to the field, back to the harvester, field, back to the harvester. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be waiting right here. You have to go crazy with a mulcher. 76%. This is a fairly decent sized field. We're getting a good amount of crop off of this. This field's going to be pretty good once we've got all of the got it all treated properly. Probably want to think about unloading on the end of this row, because I will be in the crop next time round. Right, let's have a quick look at the map again then. Let's have a look. So we've got one field. Well, got to do the potatoes, of course. We've got the grass to mow. And then it's canola over here. So we've got 4 fields of harvesty stuff still to go. Is not bad. It's only 9:30 in game. We've done all this in just 1 hour. In-game hour. Obviously I'm playing on half speed because there's only me on the server and I want to try and get all this done because we're only playing 2-day months. I've set it to 2-day months on the server, so yeah. Need to be quick at getting everything done. Dun, 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 dun. We are getting through these fields at a good rate. How much is a mulcher going to cost me? Hmm? We're at 96% now. I'll empty. It's not worth me starting that row at 96%. I might as well empty, then do the row, and then empty again. I think I'm then going to take a break from harvesting for a few minutes and start doing some of the other stuff. We'll obviously get the straw picked up, get that collected, and then we'll look at getting, well, I'm gonna have to get a mulcher. There's my beacon, by the way, everybody. From the collector's edition. Just turn that off. I think what would have been cool with this, and I was thinking about this the other day, this beacon, realistic beacon thing. I think this would have been better if, like when you're playing in multiplayer, you could set it so that it reacted to what someone else did. So if, like, for example, Mr. Helgi was on the server playing with me, and he was driving the combine, you know, and when he got full, he switched his beacon on, it would start flashing here. So I'd go, oh, Mr. Helgi needs unloading. Boom, boom, boom. So let's take this. All these flipping deer running around. Wish I knew how to decrease their spawn rate. So there was less of them running on the maps. It's bad enough we get trolled by crows and birds. Now we get trolled by deer. Right, next field will be the canola field. But like I say, I'm not going to harvest that just yet because there's all that straw to collect. All that straw to collect first. I'm just going to bring this fella down here. Park him up. Right, header trailer. Let's go get the header trailer. Tell you what, we're going to have a really good sorghum harvest next year. Oh. Again, drop that off. There's the Massey part there. There's JCB man. And there's our oh, look at it bubbling up inside the machine. Look. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Dum 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 dum. There we go. Not getting billions of litres of straw, but we're doing alright. Put the beacons on as we're on the road. Just drive around this tree. Where are we at? 62%? Nice cows. Make it full in a second. And I'm full. Beacons on. That works. Works for me. Oh. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Lots of straw. Boom, 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 boom. Probably didn't want to turn onto that row. I should have kept going on alternate rows, I think. But we're getting there, very slowly. I'm working my way through everything as fast as I can go for one man. You've got to give me credit for that. For one man, I'm getting a lot done. I've not resorted to using any AI helpers or anything yet, so it's all my own graft. No. Full again in a second. Here we go. We are full. Problem is, straw prices I don't think are very good at the minute. Yes. see, August, rock bottom. It's not worth selling the straw. Despite the fact I've got quite a bit of it. Let's do some in cabbage. Here we go. %. I'm going to get awfully close. Right, we are full. We are full, kids. Near enough. 94%. That's full enough for me to go and empty. Again. Boom, 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 boom. So what's in my big Amazon box? Oh. I've got, that's my display port cable. That's me adapter bracket thing to make it make my monitor arm fit my new telly, my new monitor. And then I've got my monitor arm in here. So I've got monitor arm. So basically that bracket, that thing goes onto this thing to make it fit my my monitor when my monitor comes. Because my monitor is Visa 200, yet the monitor arm is only Visa 75 or Visa 100. The monitor arm is actually rated for monitors up to supposedly 35 inches. But my monitor is going to be 43. I'm hoping it's going to be strong enough. Because I think it's more to do with the weight, and I know the weight of the monitor is not that heavy, so weight wise it should be all right. But it's just, I'm going to have to do some reorganising though when I get my new monitor, because unfortunately all the HDMI ports and everything, USB ports, they're all on the right hand side. Whereas obviously on my current TV that I use, all the ports are on the left hand side. You know, so they're in the open, they're accessible. It's not quite going to be as easy on the new one to access things, but admittedly, I've got less ports on the new monitor anyway. I've only got 2 HDMI and 1 display port on the new monitor. So I'm not going to be able to plug everything into my new one that I've got plugged into my TV currently. So I'm probably going to have to get a splitter and everything and do some splitting. Think, maybe, possibly. I think once I've picked up all the straw, I'm going to have to go and I'm going to have to go for a quick bio break, because I really do need a wee-wee. I need a wee-wee. I need a wee-wee. That's all the straw. Ladies and gentlemen. That is all the straw collected. Might have to get a bank loan, folks. Possibly. Might have to take out a loan, because there's no way I'm going to be able to afford to get a mulcher. Gonna do a bit of quick, just sell this little bit of straw. Won't get a lot for it, but we will. At least be emptied. Disconnect that. Right. To the shops. I'm going to need to get weight for this tractor, by the way. I also think I need to go into the game options. I think my dead zones have altered on my controller. I'm getting drift. Tell you what, while I'm here, we'll grab that one. It's a free grand. Only $1,000. Firstly, let's go into finances and let's borrow what we're going to borrow. I think we're going to need about 150 grand, I think. Because we're going to need one of them. $25 grand. Buy. Stone picker. We are going to need. That'll do. That's 45 grand. So buy one of them. Yeah, we're going to have one of those. And that leaves me with 50 grand. What else did we need? I'll get a big weight for my big tractor. Right, bio break everybody. I'll be back in a second or 3. Let me finish this. Oh, I forgot my take my headphones off. Bugger it. I'll plug the headphones back in a second. That goes in that one. Yeah, I'm already bending these bloody connectors. I'm going to end up having to buy another cable fairly soon. Check that out, one's plugged in. Nice and tight. And that cable needs to go somewhere with my beacon. Right, got my weight. Need me mulcher. Let's actually get lined up with the mulcher. There we go. We don't own this field. All right. Woo, 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 woo. Hello, Mr. Helgi. Good day to you, sir. Happy New Year to Mr. Helgi, everybody. Happy New Year. Right, let's do some mulching. Have a quick break from harvesting, despite the fact there is tons of harvesting still to do. Let's do a bit of mulching. I am streaming for almost 4 hours and you have not noticed. Yeah, well, that's typical. Typical. When there's work to be done, Mr. Helgi's absent. He's still on his Christmas holidays, no doubt. But yeah, I've been playing on the new map, Mr. Helgi, the new server map. Yeah. I set it up last night, early this morning, and I've been playing on it. Been giving it a go. So yeah, I'm getting to grips with the Stevie edit of Elm Creek. Graphic settings, I think I'm on medium, possibly. I think I'm playing it safe and I'm on medium. I wasn't going to take any chances. So I've gone for medium for me. You might get away with high, regular standard high with no additional tweaks and stuff, but because I'm streaming as well as playing, I figured for me medium, because I'm streaming, it's probably going to be better. But yeah, some people might get away with high. It's weird because when the map first came out, I was able to play it on very high, on just regular basic very high with no tweaks or fiddles. Weirdly, when I came to record my map video yesterday, I couldn't load into it on very high, and I couldn't load into it on high either. So I'm not sure what was happening there. Unfortunately, no, I have not got my new monitor, because unfortunately the company that I ordered it from forgot to put it on the courier yesterday. I should have been getting it today. Any other mods except for the new map? Yes, there are. There's a whole bunch of new mods. There's all the production pack, Stevie's production pack, and then there's some other mods as well. So yeah, there's quite a few new ones been added. You should spot them fairly easily though. You'll figure it out. Yeah, you're a smart man, Mr. Helgi. You've got this. You've got this. You could just hit the all download button and download everything from the server, and then you know you've got everything. But no, I haven't got my new monitor, sadly, because, like I say, the company I ordered it from, they forgot to put it on the courier. They sent me all the tracking information, and everything, and the tracking number and everything, but then they actually forgot to put it on the van. So it's still sat in their warehouse at the moment. I have got my Visa mount adapter today from Amazon, and I've got my monitor arm from Amazon, and I've got my DisplayPort cable, but I unfortunately don't have the monitor. So unfortunately no farm sim in 4K until next week. So next week I'll be playing farm sim in 4K, which will be an all new experience for me. And then I'll have to start recording videos in 4K and uploading all my YouTube videos in 4K. Wouldn't that be amazing? I've set the stream today to 720 because I don't know if Twitch was going to give me all the fancy options and stuff, so I should be streaming at 1280 by 720 today, which might be a little bit easier for people to watch. Yeah, loads of fields to mulch now, having done all the harvesting. I've got that one. We've got one field of potatoes to harvest. Okay. Yeah, 720 will be the max, and then Twitch have given me all the other options then. Oh, that's nice. Normally they don't. But yeah, 720 will be a little bit easier for people to watch, especially if they're on mobile devices. Of course, I'm a bloody idiot, aren't I? I'm a bloody idiot. My tractor that I bought, this second-hand tractor that I bought right at the start, after loading on the map, I actually did put flipping GPS on it. I did put GPS on my tractor. It's the only tractor we've got that has GPS on it. Lol. Bum, bum, bum. Getting my mulch on. Getting my mulch on. So there's still a cornfield to harvest, there's still a canola field to harvest, and there is still a potato field to harvest currently. So plenty of work to be cracking on with. And then obviously trying to sort out the other fields then in their whatever states they're in. Annoyingly, the field down here that Mr. Helgi likes with the silly little island and the trees that he won't let me remove the trees from and the island from, this field has sugar beet on it. So I'm going to let Mr. Helgi harvest that when it's ready. That's his punishment for not letting me cut down the trees. Oh, we've got a grass field as well. We've got a grass field as well that needs mowing. Forgot about that. Forgot about that. And then that field needs to be ploughed and lined. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to dig the grass field up again. Plough it and lime it and then replant the grass. It's just the look of the draw when you load the map. It just does random rubbish like that. I was amazed at how many fields were ready to harvest when I loaded up the old game, when I loaded up the save. So we've started with quite a bit of stuff, but Mr. Helgi's logged in, everybody. And has he managed to log in on very high graphics?
No, on high graphics. No.
High graphics?
Yep.
Hmm.
Still the custom settings that we have tweaked. Let's see. It's taking quite some time to load. And I need to. I think it's good. So I'm on the farm getting 60 FPS. Not bad.
Yeah, I'm getting 60 FPS, look. Boom! But I expect to when I'm playing on bloody medium graphics.
I don't have the graphics card you have. Probably get the odd stutter because the map has to load. But
I thought that, and then the weird thing is, like I say, over Christmas when Stevie dropped the map, when he released his first version of the map, I was getting crashes and stuff, and he was going on about, oh, make sure you've updated all your graphics drivers and everything. So I went through my whole computer updating all my drivers. I even went and updated the BIOS on the motherboard, you know, and I still couldn't load his original version of the map unless I put it on like low settings, low graphics. And then he did some he did a couple of updates, and I was able to play it then on, I think, medium. And then he released this last version of the map, and I was able to play that on very high, but default very high. No custom tweaks, no custom fiddling about. And I thought, oh, that's perfect. He's fixed it. Brilliant. And then I loaded up the game yesterday to record my video, and it kept crashing on very high. And I set it to high, and it was stuttering a bit, so I had to drop it down to medium to record my video. And then I've just left it at medium because I knew I was going to be playing on this today. But now I've got to remember in my brain that when I come to play Hout Baylor on, or my Elm Creek, I've got to turn my graphics back on. Otherwise my Let's Plays are going to look crap.
Do we have a repair thing?
We do have a repair trigger, yeah, it's at the farm. It's next to the shed where the Massey Ferguson was parked, and something else. It's just outside the shed.
Left or right? It's next to the silo.
Yeah.
Is that? No.
Yeah, it's on that bottom side there, yeah.
Open vehicle options.
That's it.
Is that the one?
That's the one.
Okay, you have to park a vehicle there. Good.
I don't think anything should need repairing.
What should I do now? Since this is a new map, I'm orienting myself. There's a big mower. I mean, sugar beet harvest is probably not possible.
No, the sugar beets aren't ready for harvest yet. All the way over on field 13, there is a field of canola that is ready to harvest. And the harvester and the tractor and trailer are already parked over there. And then once the canola field is harvested, you can grab the other header and there's a cornfield to harvest. And then once that's done, we've got a field of potatoes to harvest, and then we've got a field of grass to mow. And then it's a case of re-prepping all the fields after that point.
Okay.
But because I've already harvested, how many fields have I've harvested? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fields already today. I'm now doing some mulching to have a bit of a break from the harvester, because I've done a lot of harvesting in 4 hours. And I've collected straw and...
It's almost out of fuel as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, when the harvester runs out of fuel, take it to the actual petrol station rather than the refill thingy at the farm, because we can use the harvester to grab the collectible that's at the petrol station. Because I think the harvester's tall enough to be able to reach it. Because yes,
you have collected all the collectibles yet?
No, I've not been round and collected all the collectibles yet. I've got the one off the roof of the building here next to me, next to this field, and I've been and got the ones from the south-west corner, but I've not done the collectible hunt yet. I ran around yesterday collecting 78 of them on this map for my video, and then I realised it didn't work. Stevie's removed the feature.
Show you the collectibles. Huh?
Yeah, it showed you the collectibles when you found. I've forgotten how many you had to find. In the first versions of this map, he had an option where when you found so many collectibles, it put the rest of them. It marked the rest of them on the map. It put little yellow dots everywhere, so they were very easy to go and get. And then in the final version of the map, he's took that away. Scumbag.
Don't make it too easy for them.
Don't make it too...
I mean, he has a touch, really, to create these maps. From the first moment I watched your video, the review of the map, I was in love with it. Because it removed many fields, some areas, and
yeah, he's reduced. We've gone from having 80 fields on the map down to just having 27. Stevie's reduced it from 80 down to 27, but obviously the fields have grown in size.
Yeah.
So some of them are quite a bit bigger than they used to be. And you've got placeable areas, so we can put loads of placeable sell points and productions. And
Not that the starter farm looks like a farm. With sheds and yeah, okay, you have the animal pens there.
the only thing I was thinking of doing at the farm, and I know it's a brand new farm and we don't want to be removing and deleting objects, but there's one shed over here, this one here, this little thing that
What is this for?
this doesn't do anything. It's just a decoration, this shed, this little one. I was thinking of deleting that because it doesn't do anything. You can't get in it. It's just a, and I was going to report the I was going to replace it with the machine that turns stone turns stone into lime.
Good, yeah, good idea.
So that's what I'm going to do. I think I've got the money for it.
Did you get money back?
Not for the decorations, you don't. No. I want that building. Where did it go? Where did
see how the map looks different with some trees on it? Completely changed the appearance of the map.
Yeah, we'll place that there. We've got a slime production from the stones that we're going to have once we plough all these fields.
Just in time when we need it, maybe.
Oh yeah, because all the fields are going to need to be ploughed and lined, so might as well plough the fields, gather the stones, turn the stones into lime, and then use the lime to spread the fields.
I mean, not all of our fields need plowing, but probably the others haven't been harvested yet. No, number 8 needs lime. And harvesting field 13 is that bad luck. An American map, there shouldn't be a field 13.
No field 13s.
Even in the hotels there are no 13th floors. Yes, there is no 13th floor.
No 13th floor and no room 13s.
Yeah, there's a harvesting contract.
Yeah, there's a couple of harvesting contracts as well. So this could be a mammoth task today to get everything done. Unfortunately, August will only last for one day. And then the next time we sleep, it goes to September. But from September, we have 2-day months. So I've shortened it.
Time or half.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm playing on half speed because obviously I was playing by myself and there's a load to do. I will put the time scale up again once we...
I was already wondering why the harvester drives so slow. What? No, people, that was a joke.
Because it's on half time. So now, instead of taking 5 minutes to do a job, it's going to take 10.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm live on Twitch. It's New Year's Eve, so let's start a new map on the MP server. Wow, that notification's a bit late. You could have sent me that notification 4 hours, 6 minutes and 44 seconds ago, Twitch. Because that's when I actually went live. Must be a backlog.
I was playing this X4 Foundations game, and this is almost as bad as Factorio. It takes your time. It eats your time. Just want to do this task. Oh, maybe do this mission. 2 hours gone. Bye. Did I get a notification by Discord that you are live? No. Don't think so.
Should have done. Should be one in the streaming thingy pagey doodah. Says I should be live on stream.
So did you have some nice Christmas time? Some nice presents?
No.
One is obviously the monitor.
No nice presents. I had to buy my own present, which is the monitor.
Always the best thing.
Yeah,
just give me money.
Yeah,
I buy my things.
Christmas was a bit deflating, in all fairness. After all
the people that go back to the shops and get reimbursed.
After all the build up again, Christmas Day was a bit of an anticlimax for me, and I got the post Christmas blues very hard. So for the couple of days after Christmas, I was really quite miserable and depressed. Didn't want to socialise with anybody. Didn't want to do anything.
It was really bad, so couldn't do really much.
I tried to. I did try to stream one day after Christmas, but after about an hour, I was like, yeah, I'm really not in the mood for this.
Well, you need your breaks, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird week this week. Until like yesterday, when I pulled the trigger and ordered my monitor, I was in a bit of a bad mood. So today's like the first day where I feel kind of happy again.
What? I don't notice any difference between high settings and very high settings. Why is that?
I'm noticing a difference. I've got the circle. I've got the circle where the graphics go.
That has not changed. That has not changed. I didn't change the advanced settings.
I've got the crappy textures.
I mean, it could be that the textures of the weeds or something is a little bit different, but I don't know. Well, I have a circle that travels quite some distance ahead. Yeah? But next time I will try with very high settings again. Why do I need 60 FPS?
Yeah, I wonder if I should have tried it on very high. Because the server's doing the grunt work of running the map, rather than my PC having to run the map. The server's basically streaming all the data, so it shouldn't really affect my PC that much, I wouldn't have thought. So maybe on the server I could get away with running higher graphics than if I was just running the map locally. something for me to have a play around with. I need to go back to the menu anyway, because at some point, because my dead zone seemed to have changed on my controller. My controller seems to be a little bit more twitchy. I need to increase the dead zones a little bit, I think, on my sticks. Because I've noticed the camera moving around on its own a little bit sometimes, even if I'm not touching the right stick. And when I was doing the harvesting, a couple of times the harvester would start veering off to one side even though I wasn't touching the stick. I'm like, dead zones.
If you change the graphic settings in the main menu, like from very high to high, and it still says custom, so it doesn't change the advanced settings, I guess.
It should do.
Yeah?
Yeah, it should do.
Out again and check whether I can play this with higher settings, but I mean also the ini file should be.
Your ini file will be reset once you start fiddling with the graphic settings in game. It resets your ini file.
Let's look. It's game XML.
Game XML, yeah.
Well, completely reset everything. It doesn't even show you the possibility to change it. It means it completely overrode the ini file, the game XML. I don't like that. scaling, anti-scaling. I need to start the game again.
Let me do a little bit down here. Stop.
Either the terrain lot distance is still 200%, but that has not changed. Object draw distance 130%.
I'm going to log out quick and see what my
200%.
settings are. Come on, game. Right, options. Right, first
Texture filter, foliage draw distance.
Can't remember what axis is what, so I'm just going to set them all up a lot higher. Ah, it might be that one.
See how fast it loads down. Uh-oh. Crashed.
He crashed his game, everybody. See, I'm
Sorry,
playing
can't
on
do it.
medium.
Can't do it on very high. This is not good. I don't like it. Okay. Go back to high.
Alright, I'm going to give it a go. I'm on very high. I'm feeling brave.
It's also I think it is also the advanced settings that with high are changed. Texture resolution is high. Maximum shadow lights 3, 5, 4.
Oh, I'm in. I'm very high. That's amazing.
It's a maze. It's a maze.
It's amazing. Oh, I'm on very high now, everybody.
Unloading. Oh.
What settings is Mr. Helgi now?
I have to leave it on high. I did increase the lot distance and stuff, but
Yeah, that will crash it if you start messing around with that stuff. Because that will load. That's trying to load more of the trees and foliage and bushes and stuff that Stevie's added. So those are the settings that you want to turn down.
yeah, I'm definitely getting a stuttery when I walk. Stutter.
Oh, hey, I am on master very high settings. I can play it on very high. Woohoo! There's still a bit of a circle there in front of me, look, but that might be the map load.
Graphics card should.
My graphics card should be able, like you say, should be able to cope with it very easily.
I mean, I get some stuttery, but it's nothing to do with my speed. It's the map loading. I get 60 FPS sitting in the harvester. And it looks much better. Huh?
Wait for all the map to synchronise. See, I wonder if it's because obviously I've sold some equipment that started on the map, so there's less objects at the farm. I just think that maybe on this map Stevie's put too much stuff at the main farm. So when you're first creating the map or you're first loading in, it's just overloading. It's trying to render too much stuff. Like I said in my video, it would have been nice to have spread some things out a little bit, like maybe put the animal pens somewhere else. Because I imagine once you start getting animals in the pens and it has to render cows and sheep and chickens and stuff, that's going to affect performance a bit. Yeah, because there's now less things at the farm, I bet it's let me load in on very high settings.
The settings that I have right now, it's not very smooth yet. It's still stuttering when I pan the camera, you know. And I don't know why. Maybe
It's probably
still
building the shader.
fine.
It's probably building your shader cache. One of the things I have done over Christmas, with the latest NVIDIA driver that came out, there is now an option in the NVIDIA control panel to manually set a shader size, like a shader reserve. So I've in my NVIDIA control panel, I've got it set to reserve 10 gigabytes for shader cache, which should make games less stuttery because it's got more room to store files that it wants to access repeatedly. It's like all the textures in Farm Sim, it will put those into the shader cache, and because I've got a 10 gigabyte pool, there's plenty of room for it to put all the textures it needs, and then it hasn't got to keep re-rendering them every time. It can just copy it from the cache. So if you've got the latest NVIDIA driver installed and you've not actually gone in and changed that setting yourself, it's something to consider doing. Go in and manually set the amount of space you have reserved on your PC for the graphics. I mean, if you wanted to go really extreme, you can set it as high as 100 gigabytes. You could reserve 100 gigabytes of space for your GPU to store all its textures and stuff for all your games that you play frequently.
I'm stuttering driving down the road. I think I go back and just set it to medium and high again, and then it resets everything.
Yeah, I think high is probably best for you.
I have it on high, but I fiddled with the lot.
Yeah.
I think high is okay, works, but just the loading distance.
Yeah, trying to load too many high resolution objects will cripple your frame rate. So you kind of need to have a short.
Wow, this unloader is the slowest I have seen in this game. Oh my god.
Because it's at half speed.
Ah, sure.
Dun, 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 dun.
Thing is that why do I get a stuttering when I have pretty high FPS, you know? The harvester is not unloading when the engine is off. Makes sense.
Yeah, harvesters don't unload anymore when the engines are off in FS22. That's one change that's taken a little bit of getting used to. Mr. Helgi has left the server, everybody. He's going to change his graphics because he can't deal with the stuttering. Either that or he's just crashed.
Let's see how it works. No, it didn't.
He's back!
That's good.
Heck, he's so quick at logging in and out and changing his settings.
And I'm not getting any stuttering. Look at that.
£33,000. Where's all my money gone? Who's bought something? Have you bought something?
You bought something.
Did I?
You bought the stone.
Ah, yes.
Gosh. Lime producer.
The lime producer. Yeah, it's frightening to think I've nearly spent all the money already. I started money, and I'm looking at like, how am I actually going to be able to make money? Because nearly all the crops I've harvested are worthless at the minute. You got to wait 6 months to be able to get any money for them. I'm like, oh, everything I've harvested I can't sell because all the prices are really low. I've already borrowed 150 grand from the bank manager, and I've spent that. You have to go and borrow some more. You have to take out £1 million loan. Or run round the map and find all the collectibles. That'll definitely give us a few quid. Now, they're probably the best things to harvest on the map.
I think we should do that in winter. When there are no fields to harvest.
Find all the hidden sneaky collectibles. Put in sneaky hiding places. I've found them all on my Let's Play series. I've managed to collect them all on my Let's Play series on this map. So I found all the collectibles on every one of Giant's maps now. So I've ticked the bucket for all of those. I've got the achievement for that.
When you found all of them, they can't be hidden very difficult, can they?
There are a few that are very sneakily hidden. There are a few. Like, I didn't realise there was one at the petrol station for ages. And how many times we've driven past that and didn't spot it, I don't know. And then there was another one that was hidden in a rather interesting place, and I was like, I would have never have in a million years spotted that. And there's another one as well, very craftily hidden
on this map.
Yeah.
I mean the one that was that stuck in the computer game machine?
No, that one's...
That one, I almost didn't see it.
There's that well hidden one at the roadworks, which is in like the top, in like the cables and stuff. Yeah. That one is quite sneaky. But there's one.
You see that first on the map. You will look in all the houses on the map.
Yeah. But there's one.
Right.
There's one quite close to that that's even more sneakily hidden. In that same area, near the baseball stadium. That one most people probably wouldn't find very easily, unless you knew to look there. But a good source of reference is keep checking the toy shop, because once you've collected a full set of items, it puts it in the toy shop, so you can keep looking in the window of the toy shop, and it lets you know which ones you're missing.
Where is that?
The toy shop's just on the main road here, just to my right somewhere. I think it's just before you get to like the bakery and that. So once you've collected all the tractors on the map, it puts a tractor in the toy shop window. So you go, I've got all the tractors, and then
you get a bonus for that set.
Yeah, you get 100 grand.
Oh, good. And how many different sets are there? 6, 10?
10.
So you get 1 million additionally.
Yeah. So you end up with 1.1 million once you've collected all the collectibles, because obviously you get $1,000 for each collectible anyway.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So.
And each set, so I can do the math.
Just hunting them all down.
Quite a good sized field. 13. Almost filled up the second trailer. This Canola.
Yeah, but that lulls you into a false sense of security, like I was saying earlier. The trailer is quite small and the harvester's quite small, so you think you're getting loads and loads of stuff because of how many times you have to keep emptying. And then you look at the silo afterwards after you've harvested a field and you're like, I didn't actually get that much. I didn't actually get that much. I thought I was going to be mega rich.
Did you harvest canola before?
Yes.
Because it's 40,000 litres of canola.
Yes, one of these fields that I'm doing now was canola. Might have been, was it this one? One of them was soybeans, one of them was canola. And the first field I did was sorghum, the one near the main road, that was sorghum. And there's quite a bit of that, I think. And then, like I say, I've done a couple of wheat fields. Probably got a bit of wheat in the silo.
Yeah, 82,000 litres.
I should have plenty of straw as well in the silo.
It takes straw as well. Or do you need you have a separate barn for that?
No, straw goes in the silo. That barn is not a hayloft. It's the Winrow Farm Sales.
Ah, okay.
It's the place where you can sell all your straw, grass, hay, silage at the farm if you want to.
Sale point.
Yeah, Stevie's sale point. I discovered that. I thought it was a hayloft, and the first trailer load of straw I took there and sold it, and I was like, crap, because it's absolutely worthless at this time of year.
So you do the tedious task of mulching for the 5% yield.
Yeah. I'm going to spot a mulching, and then I'll do some ploughing.
Not even getting any fertilizer stage. It's a waste of time. Especially with such a small machine.
Keeps me out of trouble. Keeps an idiot in suspense.
I did complete the grass rolling that you started on the other map.
Ah.
But that is now history.
It's not. I've still got the save for that. I can always switch back to that map whenever we want to.
Do you?
Yeah, I can always switch back to that save. I've kept that save file. It's in slot 1 on the server.
I think we never did in the past. And we will not in the future, I'm pretty sure. Since this map is a better map, in my point of view.
Yeah, I think I was doing that grass rolling. That was the day I did the. That was the day I did my stream. I can't remember what day it was. Was it Boxing Day or whatever? There was one day after Christmas I did a stream, and like I say, I did about an hour, and I was just like, really not in the mood. I'm in a bad mood. I just want to go back to bed and sleep for 18 hours.
It was the bears. That is what the bears do.
Anybody talk to me, I was going to punch him in the face.
Winter sleep. Wake up when it's March.
Yeah, wake up when it's March.
You wake up in March and find out that you're the only person left on Earth. You and the coronavirus.
Mulching, mulching, mulching. Getting all the mulching done.
You need a 40-meter mulcher.
I'm sure people will come out with mods of such a nature before the next farm sim game is released.
Must be quicker than fertilizing. Because fertilizing does more to the yield than this mulcher.
Yeah, but if you want the full 100% bonus to the yield, you've got to do it. 98% is close, but it's not close enough.
Maybe that's what you have to do because of seasons, you know. I assume you have switched on seasons.
Yeah, seasons is on. Seasons is on, but I'm only doing 2 days a month.
Because you only have a harvest once a year on the field, no, except for grass.
Yeah, so you only have to mulch once a year.
Then you have to do everything to increase your yield, get the maximum out of that yield. Especially when the year takes 2 years. Use these settings. And filling up my petrol because it's now pretty low.
So go to the petrol station and grab the collectible while you're there.
Oh, come on, game. It didn't empty the last 3%.
Trailer's full.
That's true. Which way is the farm? Let me see. There's one part. Yeah, it's
It's amazing. You've spent all these hours playing on the map, and Stevie goes and adds a few trees, and it's amazing how it changes your whole sense of direction. You're like, how the flip? It's like, where's the farm? Because you've got all these extra trees in the way now, and it's like, I don't know where I am. You lose your orientation.
What is the next field to be harvested?
After you've done the canola, so it will be field 1, which is corn.
I can take the header over there.
Well, you're going to need to get the corn header out the shed, so you can take the other header back and put it in the shed, and then grab the corn header to do the corn. I did remember to take the header trailer over to field 13 because I kept forgetting to move it as I was going through the fields. I was like, I'm gonna
around this curve he put a placeable, and he put some trees around it that you do not shortcut it. It's good.
See, now I'm getting closer back to the farm. My frame rate's dropping to about 50 to 56. Now I'm working closer to the farm.
60%, 60%, 60 FPS. Yeah.
Now I'm not looking at the farm, and I'm looking in the opposite direction. It's back to 60. So that farm area is a frame rate killer.
Does not have an impact. It does not have an impact. Maybe it's because I'm driving towards the farm, like you can see. So which shed you want to put
the harvester goes in the big shed. Goes in the big shed on the left.
What is the big shed?
It's the one on the left of the silo.
So you
closest to the road. From the house, it's on the left. It should have the corn header in it, and it should also have the potato harvester in it.
Open sesame. Oh, you have to do it by hand. Jesus Christ.
Mulching, mulching, mulching. Lots of mulching. There'll be 3 fields I will have mulched then, so I'll do this one in front of me next. Which had the wheat on it. Rolling, rolling, rolling. We're rolling down the field.
You want to grab the collectible?
Yes, the collectible at the petrol station.
You think you can get up the header? The harvest?
Should be able to.
I'm not. Oh yeah. Yay!
There it is.
Shall I get it?
Get it! Get the little sheepy. Get the little sheepy. Almost paid for the fuel, that collectible. Now I'm in the 40s for FPS. High 40s, low 50s. Getting nearer the farm, you see.
Oh, I don't know. I'm at 60. It's my settings.
You're only playing on high.
Hmm?
You're only playing on high. I'm playing on very high.
High society. I could try with the default settings to load on very high. Without the LOD messed around with.
You could. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm running at. Default very high. No tweaks or changes.
Let's give it a try.
Mr. Helgi has left the server. Dum dum dum. In, out, shake it all about. He does the hokey pokey and he turns around. I'm starting to get hungry. It's a long while since breakfast. What have I got to eat?
You're not British anymore?
Fish?
You are from Hungary?
Why?
Oh, you said you are hungry.
I am hungry.
I thought you are British.
I'm Hank Marvin. There's one for the foreign viewers to try and work out.
It loads. It loads. Oh, looks good. Good. Looking good. Still getting 60 FPS on the car. Even with very high settings. I think I did a boo-boo.
A boo-boo?
The harvester was not empty. Right?
Yeah.
So it still had 300 liters of canola. Why am I able to harvest corn?
Don't know.
Does it turn canola into corn?
It probably deleted the canola.
Or can you...
The game does that now.
Or can you go with a 90% wheat filled harvester and harvest soybeans?
No.
Have 100% soybeans in 2 seconds. Bing. Or do I have a mixture of corn and canola? And when I empty it into the silo, it sorts itself out into the right bin.
Self-sorting silo.
And it does. You put in canola and it goes into the canola bin. Magically. Automatically.
Auto-magically.
The wrong throat. So your Haribo calendar is gone?
Yeah. I've now got... I did get a bucket of Haribo for Christmas. I've not started it yet. Depends how hungry I get this afternoon.
Well,
Although I shouldn't really eat too much this afternoon because I've got spaghetti bolognese for tea tonight.
for tea.
Yeah.
We will have a nice end of year fondue. Fondue?
Fondue? A fondue?
With beef.
Fondue?
Well, for me, my wife is vegetarian. She can only look at me eating it. And then, as a starter, I have some smoked salmon.
You hope it's
And-
going to be a fun do.
She prepared some grilled vegetables, paprika, mushrooms, onions, lots of garlic.
Need to run downstairs in a minute.
variety of cheese, some red wine.
I just
and all
remembered.
that.
I've got a naan bread downstairs that I had with my dinner last night. Should have a naan bread left over from last night's dinner. I could go and grab that, and that would
Good.
take away my that would satisfy my hunger for a bit. A nice bit of bread. I'll probably still have some curry sauce all over it from the homemade curry I had last night, which was very nice. Strangely, instead of being cooked with rice, it was done with fresh pasta. So I had like fresh pasta in a curry sauce with chicken.
Why not?
It was perfectly fine. Room downstairs. I'll be back in a moment, or three. I'm going to take my headphones off this time so I don't pull the cables out like I did earlier. That big box downstairs as well. Exciting. No nanny bread.
No?
No.
Somebody had it?
Somebody snaffled it. So I'm going to have to settle for some cock doggies instead.
I noticed that Stevie has also increased the headroom on the fields,
Yes.
added some grass, which makes this field number 1 even smaller.
Hmm. Yeah, probably not very useful having corn on that field.
Yeah. The harvester's not getting full. I was also wondering when I was driving to the gas station and I closed the harvester.
Hmm.
In the past you couldn't close the harvester. It was full, right?
It depended on the how much stuff you had in it. If it was under a certain percentage, you could fold it. And like I say, if you only had like 300 litres or 30 litres or something, then that's barely anything, is it?
Yeah. Well, and the last bit that came out of the harvester wasn't black. So now I could just do the contract maybe. Harvesting contract. Or do you want to do potatoes?
No, you can do the harvesting contracts if you want to. If you're all geared up for that.
Potatoes can be harvested in September. Sorghum as well. You can plant canola in September as well.
You reading it properly again?
I do.
Green is planting, orange is harvesting. Unless you're Farmer Klein, then grey is planting and slightly darker grey is harvesting. And apparently that's easy. That's easier to tell the difference between.
Oh, really?
Colourblind mode is quite the opposite in my view.
Why can I not accept the contract? I have no permission.
I see. Mr. Helgi needs some permissions. That means I've probably got to log in as admin. Shizer. Give him a few permissions, maybe. Let's make him able to reset vehicles in case he has an accident.
Let's make him deputy. I killed the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. I shot the sheriff.
Well, we could do 2 harvests. Those are old.
Are they going to the same sell point or different sell points?
Let's see. One is going to grain mill and the other is a cereal factory. So do one after the other. And we just said field 10 is at the top, field 21 also, but it is not the same as on the other one. 10 is on the right, 24, 21 is on the bottom. So let's start with field 10.
I bet field 10 isn't the one that needs to go to the grain mill.
Field 10 is the cereal factory.
So yeah, the harvest contracts have picked sell points as far away from the fields as they possibly can get for you.
That you can get to learn the map, you know. Let's have a look at the Toy Story store. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Because we haven't found a full set of collectibles yet.
Is it only for me? Or is the harvester floating in the air? Yeah, look at it. You can jump into the harvester, get out, and then look where it is sitting. It's floating.
2 wheels are floating.
Yeah, it's floating.
2 wheels are on a curb.
Pain. Now it's on the bottom looking.
Mulching, mulching, mulching.
So how many times do you have to drive with this small trailer?
Mulching, 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 mulching. Mulching, mulching, mulching.
How do I unfold the header? Oh, it's as wide as it can be. This is oat. Would oat produce
Oat will
straw?
produce straw, yes.
Can we collect it on a contract?
Yes.
Even more work.
It's alright, we've got a nice loading wagon.
We have no GPS installed?
Nope.
Well, the harvester doesn't have GPS.
No, the only 2 vehicles that come with GPS are the pickup truck, for whatever reason, and my...
GPS is installed?
Yes. And my second-hand tractor here has GPS in it. Wow, I've just realised I'm going to need to get some fuel soon. My tractor's about out. And running out of fuel is bad, as I found out the last time I was on the server.
You have no thunder?
No, had to go and buy a thunder, didn't we?
Yeah, the truth was that this thing produces, it's rather wide. Better have a tweaked baler or something. Or loading wagon.
Oh yes, already taken care of.
You did it?
Yeah, my loading wagons are already fixed.
Good.
I just haven't got round to doing the balers yet.
I mean, you can put loose straw in the silo and obviously sell whenever it is a higher price.
Mhm.
Oh my god. I thought, yeah, it is a good field, but that's only the start of the field that I'm working on. It's 3 times bigger. Oh shit.
Yeah, these fields are worth doing now, I think. These fields are worth working now because they're proper sized fields. Where is where's old?
I mean, for that size of field, the 10,000 for the contract are not enough. What are you looking for?
I'm sending your trailer to you.
Okay.
Bye. Bye, Mr. Trailer. Go and find Mr. Helgi. I think it'd be even better with auto drive, you know. Auto drive.
I haven't looked at auto drive yet.
It looks like it would be very useful for harvesting, for combining, because it will automatically drive to you and empty you, and then it will go back to its waiting point, and then when you put your pipe out again, it will come to you and empty you, and then once the trailer gets full, it will drive off to the silo, empty, and then come back to the field.
Wow.
It's quite smart how it does it. From what I've seen.
My pipe out. Is it coming? Is he coming to me?
No. Don't have auto drive installed, unfortunately, on the server. I don't know if it works in multiplayer actually yet. The version that's out currently. I know it's works in single player, but I don't know if it's got multiplayer support yet.
I think what you should have done is empty the trailer before you send it over to me.
Oh, has it got stuff in it?
It's still with corn.
Oh. Well, that was a disaster. Now he's driving somewhere else. I didn't realise you'd left it full.
We're still parked next to the field, I guess. It's not full, it's just 40% full. Is this going to our home? Yes, it is. Whoa.
Bum ba bum ba bum. Mulch, 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 mulch. Keep on mulching, baby. Won't be anything left to mulch in a minute.
13.
Field 13, yeah.
I would put the AI worker to do it. Just
Could do, I suppose. I'd have to swap tractors though, because I would need this tractor to do the next job, which of course is the ploughing. I'd have to see which of the, either the Massey or the which is the more powerful, the Massey or the JCB. And then I'll have to let that have a go at doing the mulching.
doesn't it let me select places like this? Zero factory. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely more of a headland on this field now. This could be one of those fields that we end up turning into grass again, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's a bit too small for crops.
Yeah, on field 10 he also put more headroom towards the tracks. Probably the same for field 7, maybe not so much for field 4.
Mulch. Oh, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games until someone loses an eye.
Already 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's almost next year.
Yeah, you're nearly in 2022. You'll be in next year before me.
I'll tell you how it is.
Yeah.
It's probably a better year than this year. There's a lot of room for improvement.
Mulchy, 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 mulch, 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 mulchy, mulchy, mulch, mulchy, mulch. Tell you what, I wish all these deer would actually do something constructive rather than just stand around watching me.
You could eat your crop.
You'd think they'd jump in a tractor and do some mulching or something. Field 3, I think, is the one that's ready for harvest with the potatoes all over it. Damn you, Stevie, why did you give us potatoes? On 2 of our starting fields as well, Stevie.
What you see is that because of the less fields we have less contracts. Huh?
Yeah, that is the downside. There's less contracts.
But the value of the contracts is probably higher.
I would imagine so, especially when we start getting into the realms of fertilising. I bet those contracts will be quite well paying.
Yeah. Stomach says he is hungry. Have to fetch something to eat. A second. Okay. That's an interesting volume. 10,570 liters when it's full.
Not bad. 10,750 litres. A long way short of the X9. That thing's a beast at 28,400, I think it is. My life's goal is to own one of those in the game. Right, I'm going to quickly head to the farm because I need some fuel. I then think I'm going to maybe quickly switch tractors. Maybe, I'm sure it's probably the Massey. The Massey's probably the, yeah, the Massey's got more power. So you probably want to put the Massey on the mulcher.
Be right back.
Is there nothing in there? Where's the fill point? Here? There. Gobble, 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 all of the stuff. Massey Ferguson on the job. Massey Ferguson. Oh, crapola. I forgot field 8 needs doing as well. Son of a bitch. So many fields need to be mulched. There you go, you can mulch for me. And then I'm free now to go and get my plough from the store. I can start doing a nice little bit of ploughage.
Oh, there's more equipment at the store.
Oh yes, there is.
Why has it changed from straw again to something else?
I've just drove the Massey Ferguson down to field 13 to do the mulching on field 13, and I completely forgot that field 8 needs doing as well. Great big massive field 8 needs mulching. I'm like, oh, forgot about that field. Yeah, we've got our stone picker here at the shop. We've got our lime spreader here at the shop.
Field 8 is even bigger than field 13.
Yeah.
Lime? Stone picker?
Stone
Lime
picker, lime spreader and fertilizer, herbicide sprayer. Yeah, got all that at the shop.
Lime spreader is also a fertilizer spreader, huh?
Yeah.
Nice plow. Is it a plow?
Is a plough. Nice 6.8 metre wide plough. I'm going to plough, I'm going to lime, and then stone pick in that order. And that should make life a lot easier.
Stone pick after liming?
Yeah. Because then the stone picker will do the cultivating then as well. Aha, kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Birds with 5 stones.
Kill 2 birds
The
with
early
1 hand
bird
grenade.
gets killed with a stone. Oh.
This field has definitely been made bigger.
What is?
This field has been made bigger. Stevie's made this field bigger.
Which one? Where are you? Ah, 5.
I can just see everybody complaining now. How dare you pull a John Deere plough with a case tractor? Oh, I can see the Green Brigade, the Green Equipment fans going ballistic.
Sacrilege.
Yeah. Not using a John Deere tractor to pull their plough. It's just the way the cookie
worse.
crumbles.
You could have painted it red. You could have painted the plough red. A red John Deere tractor plough. Not sure if John Deere produces ploughs, do they?
Yeah.
Well, because I see it in the game, it might not be the real world.
Millennial Farmer's got one.
Same plough or different?
He's got a different plough, but he's got a John Deere Ripper, yeah. He doesn't use it very often, because he tends to not want to do a lot of ploughing. Because of reasons.
So the question is, shall I drive to the cell point or shall I auto drive it? So first of all, we need to see where it is. It is the cereal factory.
Cereal factory should be somewhere just down here, I think.
It's on the left, yeah? It's this village. So could I, if I say create a job, go to load deliver, is it deliver or load deliver? No, just deliver. Huh? Cereal factory. Is it a looping job? Shall we come back? Looping. No, it's not looping. But he has to come back, right?
He should do, I think.
Means load and deliver. It's not loading, it's just deliver. I'm saying looping, then he comes back. No, job. Well, it's driving away. Stopped, unexpected, target is unreachable.
I've never had much luck. I've never had much luck getting the AI to do any of these delivering businesses.
How is this? How is this not working? I'm putting it on the road now, so.
I I've had no joy on any of my Let's Play maps getting the AI to drive anywhere and deliver anything. Load and deliver. They won't do it. Hence why I've downloaded the auto drive mod, because I think that'll do the job better.
Unexpected target.
The target is unreachable.
It's the Magnum for the powder. Deliver serial. Start job. Why is this not why is it's unreachable? Why is it unreachable?
Because he can't get there. Apparently the AI can't find a path to that sell point.
I can drive there. If I can drive there, he should drive there. But maybe it's because we have a modded map, but he didn't change any roads, did he?
No. Even on the Giants maps, I've never managed to get the AI workers to drive anywhere and deliver anything. They will not do it. They always tell me it's unreachable. The closest I've been able to get to anything is find the tractor that needs to deliver the whatever, and just send him to a destination somewhere nearby. Just go to and put me point on the map where I want him to go to, somewhere near the sell point, and then I've had to manually go and do the last bit. You can
select in the job. You can select serial factory, so the sell point is clear. Now, might be that he can't reach it. Then, well, I drove there, but I can't unload, something like that. Yeah.
I'm getting 63 FPS now. Flipping heckers. How is that possible? I've only got a 60 FPS monitor. I don't get me 144 FPS monitor till next week now.
So you say that this in this road work there's another collectible?
There's somewhere near there is one, yes.
Is it near there, or
it's in that area, so where you've got like the construction bit, the baseball stadium, there are 4 collectibles in that area of the map.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I collected the one out of the hoses.
So you've collected the one out of the hoses, righty-ho.
What is that blue? There's something in blue. Is that a collectible? Or what? Why is that blue? What? Is the dairy marked blue because of the unloading point? Or?
Dairy marked blue.
In the small map on the bottom left.
Yeah.
There are is it just blue? Why? Is it because it's a sell point?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a production building.
It's not a collectible.
No, collectibles won't be marked on your map.
I'm stuck.
Cereal factory for the win.
Whoa, this is so fast. Can I select a different unloading part? Unloading point? Just unloading at the back, you know. There's a small hole. And that's why it takes so long.
No grain. Are you tipping out the grain door?
Huh?
Are you emptying via the grain door rather than just tipping out the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should tip
And I'm
out the
not
back.
sure
It's a
how
lot
it-
faster.
Yes, but how do I change? It doesn't give me any option. You know?
I'm sure it's right bumper and down. I think it is to change your.
Oh yeah. Now I see. Tip side back. Okay. Why didn't I see that? It only showed up when you said it. Before that, it didn't. What? Don't believe it. I did all the bumpers, left bumper, right bumper, both bumpers. It was bumper mania. Oops. Hey, I have to apologize. I'm only playing this game for 2 hours. Today. I'm new to this game. And the AI workers are definitely new to the game. Especially the ones that have to drive and sell somewhere. Yeah, maybe the sell point is unreachable for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's so awkward to drive to and unload and then come back. Maybe I say don't loop, just drive there. Figure out how you drive back. Because when you loop, it should come back to refill at the harvester, isn't it?
Should do, but I think looping only really works with a load and deliver course, because you've got a loading point, a fixed loading point. So like a silo that it knows to drive back to the silo. But as I say, I haven't had any luck getting the AI workers to do anything in the game. Like that the AI workers are not working as advertised. So Giants need to patch that to make them do what they're supposed to do.
They will never be perfect.
So that's, as I say, that's why I've downloaded this auto drive mod, and I'm going to try and learn how that works, because I think that'll be far more useful and reliable to load and deliver stuff. And if it can also unload harvesters as I'm harvesting, even better.
I mean, especially when you're working alone.
It's 3:30. Bloody hell. Been doing this all day. tell you what I'm going to do. When I finish streaming today, that's going to be it. I'm not going to play any more Farming Simulator until next year.
Yeah. This land is my land, this land is your land. You don't have access to this land.
You don't have access. Good afternoon, Mr. Turtle Speed. How's it going? It's going okay. It's going okay. What map are you playing today? This is the Elm Creek Edit by Stevie. The Elm Creek Edit by Stevie. This is the brand... first time loading it up today. We've put it on the multiplayer server. I put it on the server this morning, and we're basically getting to grips with the first day on the map. So there's been a lot of harvesting to do. And now there's a lot of field re-prep to do. Mr. Helgi's currently off doing some contracts. Some harvesting contracts. To try and make us a little bit of money. Because somebody keeps spending it all. As is usually the case.
Or the John Deere?
Or the John Deere, yeah. Do you have plans for this map, or are you just playing it and hanging out? We're just playing it and hanging out, really. I mean, the good thing about this map is that at the main farm somewhere, obviously we've got all the all the stuff that we'll ever likely need already included in the Stevie version. So we've got all the animal pens, which is a lot better. I mean, obviously on the Vanilla Giants Elm Creek map that we was playing up till now, we didn't really have a lot. we wasn't made
enough space as well.
We didn't have a lot of space to build anything or place anything, and to be honest, we was really struggling to make any progress because we wasn't really making a ton of money from our crops, from our harvesting and stuff. So I'm hoping this map's going to be a slightly better experience. Because when we want to do the animals, we've already got all the pens. So we haven't got to buy them, we haven't got to place them. And of course, all the fields on this edited version of the map are so much bigger that hopefully, when we are harvesting crops, we're going to get more crops, which hopefully means we make more money when we sell them. So we can hopefully make progress. And obviously, the ultimate goal would obviously be, by the time we finish on the map, we own every little inch of it. We own all of it. Every field would be quite nice. We have all the production buildings. We're able to produce everything and sell everything. That would be quite nice as an end goal.
And have all the collectibles.
Have all the collectibles, yeah. I definitely think Stevie's done a very good job with the map. He's definitely made it a lot nicer looking than the original Elm Creek.
A bit hard on the graphics.
It's a little bit harder on the graphics and on the PC running it, definitely. He's certainly gone very he's got very tree happy. Are you looking to start with a particular animal first, or just whatever you can get as you play? It kind of depends on obviously what we can actually supply stuff for, really. Obviously chickens are always going to be probably the first animal you go to, because they don't require a lot apart from a bit of wheat or a bit of barley, which, you know, we're already going to have plenty of because we've already done quite a bit of harvesting of wheat on the map. We had 2 fields already of wheat that we've harvested, so we can feed chickens. We've got 1 small grass field, so we might be able to do sheep straight away as well. Obviously cows are going to be a bit more of a requirement, because until we've got a much bigger grass field where we can get all the hay, silage and stuff, cows are going to be a little bit harder to do, but ultimately we want to get into that. And then of course pigs probably would be the last animal we get into, because they require all the different crops as food.
Root crops, yeah.
All the root crops, all the other crops. So until we've got a nice steady supply of all that stuff, they're probably a little bit harder to get into. Whereas I think certainly for the starting farm, chickens and sheep should be pretty good. Does Stevie have a specific place to get his map? Yes, Stevie's Facebook group. If you go on Facebook and search Farm Simulator Mods, that is Stevie's Facebook page, and that's where his map is, and that's where all his mods are for FS22. He's got all the links to download the mods from his Google Drive on there. So alongside this map, Stevie's also done a production pack. So Stevie's done things like silage fermenting silos, grass drying silos, TMR mixing silos, pig food mixing silos.
To the production chain at all?
Fertilizer production.
Or is this vanilla?
No, this is all Stevie's production.
No, I mean the production chain as such. Has he changed it, or completely removed it, like the bakery where you sell your eggs once and then it's full for the rest of the game?
No, he's not changed any of the vanilla stuff. He's just added his own new stuff.
Good.
So all the original production chains are still in effect and in place, but he's added new production chains, so you can make your own seeds, your own fertilizer, stuff like that. And that's in a separate mod download on Stevie's Facebook page, his production pack. And then obviously he's got several vehicle packs as well at the moment. I think he's just released mod pack 5 the other night, which has a few different modded vehicles and pieces of equipment in.
This is not approved by Giants, so to say, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
No. No, Stevie doesn't upload anything to the mod hub.
Makes us pirates.
Ploughing, 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 ploughing.
Harvesting, harvesting, harvesting.
Has the Massey finished mulching yet? He's getting there, I would say. Yeah, it looks like he's getting close. Shift him over to field 8 then. I will. Let him have a go at that field. That'll keep him busy for a couple of hours. But yeah, I like the fact we've got placeable areas on this map, because then I can are you playing with small equipment for the duration of the map, or are you going to increase in equipment size as you can? Definitely be looking to increase in equipment size as we can, especially now, like I say, on this map you've got big fields. On the original Giants map, with the fields being so small and tiny, big equipment just really wasn't necessary. But I think on Stevie's map you are going to need some bigger stuff. I mean, obviously that is going to be very dependent obviously then on what mods come out for the game as we go forward, because obviously right now there's, in some categories, there's not a lot of options for big stuff. Like for example ploughs. This is the biggest plough I can find anywhere, which is 6.8 meters. So ploughing is always going to be a little bit small at the moment, and for the foreseeable future, until someone comes out with a nice big plough. I know Custom Modding are planning on bringing their John Deere plough over to the game from FS19, along with all their other mods.
The AI, I mean, I said to the tractor, now go there, drive there, and it does drive there.
Yeah.
It's not unloading, but it is at least driving there, to the destination.
Yeah, that's the only way I've managed to get the AI to do anything useful, is just use the go there command, pick a point somewhere near the destination, and then once he gets there, I jump in, do the actual unloady bit, and then I tell him to go back to the field then.
Oh my god.
So yeah,
it's an improvement, but it's not really what we want.
It's definitely not working as advertised.
No.
So like I say, once I've had a chance to play around in single player a bit with auto drive and I've got my head around it, there is a subsoiler. Yes, the black sheep modding, yeah, they call it a subsoiler, but that actually shows up in the plough category and actually does plough. It does do the ploughing stuff. So
driving.
I quite like that plough. It actually comes at the, when you actually go into the store to buy it, it's configurable. You can either have it 6 meters or 9 meters. Obviously the horsepower requirement jumps up quite a bit when you select the 9 meter version, but it's nice to have. I've used it. Whoa. I'm using it on one of my Let's Plays, I'm sure I am.
Where is it driving?
That's the trouble when you're playing like 4 different maps at the same time. You lose track of what mods you're using on which maps. I know on the server we're not using that many mods. We don't have that many mods installed on this server. Although Mr. Helgi will say, bloody hell, I had to download 20 today.
Just a gigabyte, you know.
He just had to download a gigabyte's worth before he could join.
Half of it was the map.
Yeah, half of it was the map. Yeah, that's the weird thing as well. The first version of this map that Stevie released just before Christmas was about 400 megabytes. And then the second version of the map was about 440. The third version of the map was about 480, and this one's over 500. I'm like, why is it getting bigger? Why does it keep getting bigger every time he refines it and updates it? And surely it should get smaller. Surely it should be getting smaller the more he optimizes it.
I think this serial factory, the access point is a little bit difficult. Drive to for the AI worker. This one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, how many mods do I currently have installed in my mod folder? In my current FS22 main mods folder, I am using a whopping 161 mods. I don't know how many there is on the server, it doesn't tell me. But yeah, I've definitely got a lot more mods installed in single player. Various different bits of equipment and vehicles and tractors and balers and loading wagons and
Maybe a mod for clothes.
no mods for clothes. Got the real clock mod, which is nice. I like having the real clock mod again, so I know what time it is whenever I'm playing. I can just glance up in the top corner of the screen and see what the real time is.
It's a 4:45. I have a real clock next to my monitor, so it's pretty easy. The real life mod.
But of course, in single player, I'm using mods like Place Anywhere and Terrain and Paint Anywhere and free landscaping tools and I'm using quite a few more script mods in single player than we have on the server. There goes Mr. Hoagie, his tractor.
I mean, in this, well, it's actually an AI driver, but oh my god!
I know he's an AI driver because he's driving on the road. He's not driving through a field doing crop destruction.
Yeah, to prevent that, I use an AI driver while I'm sitting in the tractor. Yeah, it really would help my harvesting process if I didn't have to do the unloading stuff. And if the AI would work as intended.
It's easy, you just do blah 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 blah.
Bullshit. Doesn't work.
I've just realised actually there's
a refund.
There's a bit of a flaw in my plan of action.
A flaw?
Yeah. There's a flaw in my scheduled plan of action. I was going to do ploughing, lime spreading and stone picking. That's not going to work, is it? Because we need to do the stone picking to then get the lime.
Well, you can buy lime.
I don't want to buy lime. It's expensive.
There's a lime station right next to Field 10.
There's the farm supplies at the farm as well that will sell us lime. And it'll probably sell it to us
That's more
cheaper.
expensive.
I reckon I can make some. I reckon I can make some fairly quickly.
Yeah, you just
do a bit of
the
stone
stone
picking on
picking
one
first.
field. Yeah, just do all the stone picking first. And then we
you
can...
have the 18-meter wide stone picker.
I don't think it's 18 metres. I think it's 12, isn't it?
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty wide. Oh. I thought I'd just do a quick contract, and then I looked at the field. Actually, it's 3 times bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah. There's not going to be any quick contracts on this map now, Mr. Helgi, because all the fields are ginormous now. Like I say, the original Giants map had 80 fields. We've now only got 27.
I'll not be able to complete this contract this year.
Yeah. It's going to be next year before you finish.
This whole contract took me more than a year. This contract was so big I couldn't finish it in 1 year. Wow. And who would harvest on the 31st of December?
Australians. I love using auto drive. It is so much better. See, I have downloaded that mod. I'm going to have a go at learning that in FS22. I never used it in FS19, so I'm going to have my first ever experience of that mod now, because I've got fed up of the Giants AI worker not doing what it's supposed to do, as Mr. Helgi is now finding out.
Do you have to plot the courses like in Courseplay?
You do, yes. You have to plot the courses, but it's a lot more intelligent than Courseplay because you can link it. You can do links to existing courses and stuff.
So I think I saw people using Courseplay and
yes,
this,
in FS19,
Autodrive,
in FS19, Courseplay and Autodrive work very well together. They linked up a lot. I don't believe that's been enabled yet in the FS22 versions of the mods. I mean, the
Courseplay is still in a very early phase.
Yeah, the FS22 version of Courseplay is very, very rough. I'm not a big fan of the new menus. The fact that they're trying to do Courseplay in the game menu. I much preferred it when it was in the little pop-up box on the screen. All the settings.
The one that was hard to read.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the new Courseplay menu. I find that a lot harder to use. Whereas I think Autodrive has the menus quite right, and Autodrive has the little pop-up box thing for doing all the recording and stuff, and that just, to me, that just seems correct. For those types of mods, the little pop-up box thing seems to be the better way of doing it. But yeah, definitely in single player, I'm definitely going to have a go with Autodrive. I mean, on Hout Baileron, I would just love to be able to have the AI drive from my silo to the GCBH building and deliver stuff automatically for me. Because it would make selling days a lot easier. Even contracts, being able to have the guy go from the field to the destination, sell the stuff and come back would be...
Yeah, like in my case, you do the harvesting on this field, and the unloading is done by maybe 2 AI drivers.
Hmm.
I mean, the ideal world in a multiplayer map would be to have 2 players doing it. The other 2. Additionally to the bad AI worker, he takes the money anyway. So
Yeah, he takes money. So the bad AI workers you have to pay wages for, whereas auto drive you don't have to pay wages for.
Okay.
If you set the option correct in the auto drive options, you can actually have auto drive drivers for free.
Good.
Bit like courseplay workers, you can have them for free, and they do a better job of your fields than the AI workers. Or they certainly did in FS19. I don't know about FS22. Again, some of the clips I've seen of people doing courseplay in FS22, the AI drivers look, the courseplay workers look a bit rough and ready. No, not at all. Not at all. You can DM me about auto drive, definitely. Like I say, I don't know much about the mod at the moment, so I'm going to be learning it as I go, sort of thing, and I will be featuring my learning process in my Let's Play videos. But I'm kind of trying to learn it myself rather than watching loads of videos or reading stuff online, because I think my brain tends to retain information better if I've gathered it myself. And maybe I will find different ways of doing things with the mod that just works better for me than the way other people do it. I mean, certainly on my first map that I'm going to be trying it on, I think I'm just going to, rather than having like all these single direction routes everywhere, I think I'm just going to have like a two-way route, so that the auto drive worker can drive backwards and forwards on the same course, rather than having...
I mean, you managed to do courseplay, so why should auto drive be more complicated, you know? You should be able to do that easily.
Yeah, it's basically the selling mode thing. You know, like when we did like the selling courses in FS19. Like we had on one of the multiplayer maps, we had the guy selling the digestate for us.
Yeah.
And we had the guy.
You even have to tell the AI worker to switch on the engine. I mean, I had to switch his engine on before he could drive away. But he starts on the field. That's pretty good. Yeah. You're happy with the little things now. Yeah, but you did it with cosplay, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we had some like selling courses.
The only thing that auto drive does the additional thing that AutoDrive does is the unloading, the automatic unloading, right?
Yeah.
Of the harvester when you do the work. Yeah. So you can combine cosplay and that to do a complete
Yeah, you
of
could
a
have,
field
yeah,
and driving
course
off,
play. You could have course play doing the harvesting, and the auto drive would go and unload the harvester when the harvester needs unloading, and then he'll go off and. That's how people did it in FS19. And it works the same, like say when you're doing like forage harvesting or like sugarcane harvesting and stuff, you would be able to drive the harvester.
At the same time, you can then watch a movie.
Yeah. Because you know how like we had follow me whenever we did harvesting, and we had the follow me.
Yeah, but that saves time to do the drive 3 times, you know.
Yeah, but in FS19 we used to use follow me when we was harvesting to unload us.
For the unloading, yeah, right.
Auto drive just takes it that next level, because then once the follow me guy got full, you would have to go and unload him, whereas auto drive will go and unload itself and come back. So auto drive's like the next step to follow me in my eyes. It's a much better version of follow me.
Except that it doesn't follow you. It would drive a route that you have prepared for it.
But yeah, but when you're harvesting, it will follow you on the field to unload you as you're driving along. And then it goes back to its route. Yeah, and then it goes back to its route once it's full.
Yeah, when it's on the field, it does it. Yeah? But until then, you have to drive it to the field.
No, auto drive will drive to the field.
From wherever it is?
Yeah.
Oh.
You just put a marker near every field with the field number on, so it's got a point to drive to, a destination, and then you make sure that same point is shared by the harvester, so that the auto drive knows, that harvester is the harvester that I need to be keeping my eye on. And then it will come and, like I say, every time you stick your pipe out, it will drive up to you and alongside you and empty you. And then it will go back to its waiting point, it'll go back to the marker, and it will keep coming and unloading you until it reaches the fill level that you set. And then it will go off to the it'll go off to wherever you've told it to store the stuff or sell the stuff.
What it is, I know exactly what it is. It's the dream of male people, how they want their wives to work. When you need food, the wife goes off and prepares it, brings it to you, cleans up the dishes, and then when you don't need her, she will stand in the kitchen waiting for new commands. That's the male dream. Auto drive. My wife is on auto drive. Whenever I stick my pipe, oops, that's a different subject. Oh my god. So where's my AI driver has reached its destination. Okay. Blocking all the traffic. Oh, there is now some stadium announcer.
The Elm Creek Wolves.
Stadium noise.
Is it? The Elm Creek Wolves? Doing his baseball announcements.
Let me go there. There is some collectible that I have to find. If it is still there. No, there's no. And there's ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, announcer. Where's my collectible? Hello. Oh, there it is. Ching.
Cha-ching!
It's not finished unloading. Why is it not finished unloading? I'm sitting here trying to unload.
Oh, I bet it's full. I bet the grain
but
thing...
that's a contract. It's a contract. I need to unload. What now? Yeah? This game is broken.
You have to wait a minute. Wait for it to do some processing.
Can't be.
Cereal factory.
This can't be. I have a contract and I need to unload at least 3 more of these buckets.
This is what I was saying before Christmas.
This is
Until you have bought and activated the production facility, they should just function as regular sell points, which means they just keep buying whatever it is you're tipping. The fact that they have this...
The AI is working.
Yeah, the fact that they have these freaking storage limits on all the sell points is a freaking joke.
I mean, not even the contract works. Maybe that's why they had so small fields in on the basic map. That they would never be full after one contract. Can't complete the contract now. I can just skip it.
Well, carry on harvesting.
But where do I put the grain? Or the oat?
Well, we've got another contract for oat, haven't we?
Huh?
Haven't we got 2 oat contracts? So take the oat to the grain mill and start selling it there.
Yeah. Is it on the bottom? Or?
Grain mill's up at the top. Right up at the top of the map.
I know what I do. First I load. I unload the harvester.
I've done all me mulch. Well, I haven't done all me mulching, have I?
Mulching is done.
Field 8 to do yet.
And the AI worker has left.
I think I just
Sitting there.
I think I just need to do the top and bottom of the field. Don't crop destruction the potatoes. Let's do a light spot of mulching. Make sure the top and bottom edges have been properly done. Got to get that 2% bonus to the yield. That 2% is all important. because that 2% extra yield will still be sat in a trailer that we can't tip at a sell point because it's full.
Well, really, that is absolutely bullshit. What is QA testing doing actually? Huh? I mean, if somebody said, okay, let's do these contracts, it just don't work. Oh, how can we fix that? Let's pretend the AI is still using the production and it's selling the stuff and blah blah blah. I would have found out 5 hours in the game. Oh, but QA only tests for half an hour. Oh, that's why. They harvest the row there, they harvest the row there and sell it, and everything works fine. Now, dear AI car, you have to drive. Over there, right on top of the mountain, set destination. And it's not going. Why is it not going? Or on the other hand, who is then going if he is not going? Oh, now it's going. It took some computation time.
Yeah, he's just planning his route. He's just thinking about life.
But
Trying to decide whether to take the red pill or the blue one. There you go, that'll keep you busy, Mr. Mulcher.
But what would you do if you just took this one contract? Now you can't get rid of the stuff.
I'd put the stuff in the silo and then I'd sell a little bit each and every day until the contract was eventually complete. Even if it took 6 months to complete the contract. That's what you'd have to do, unfortunately.
Probably intended gameplay.
Intended gameplay won't fix. That's what it would say on the bug report.
Yeah.
Functioning as intended won't fix.
Now, if you do a bug report, they say, yeah, you have a modded map. That's why. On our map, the fields have not that yield, and they are not that big. You can always fit it in.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about it being a mod map. Even on the vanilla map, it was exactly the same. Because look at the bakery. Once we'd sold 7,000 litres of eggs, we couldn't sell any more eggs there. It was full of eggs after 7,000 litres. And then we couldn't sell eggs. We couldn't sell eggs.
Nobody eats the bread.
And that's bullshit. Until you start doing production for cakes, it should just keep selling the eggs. It should just be a sell point. It shouldn't be storing anything. It should just buy. Just buy your eggs and give you the money.
That's the easiest solution. Make it a market fluctuation, the price fluctuation, keep it. No, it's okay. But take it. The AI driver's not there yet at the sell point.
See, what I think Giant should have done is on the map, all these blue things all over the map, they should have just been sell points, just for buying stuff. The production should have been placeables that you had to put down. Then you got the production chains. Much like in FS19, the only way you got productions was when you started putting the global company stuff, when you started buying and placing the buildings. All the other places on the map were sell points that bought
There
your
are
shit.
selling points, but sell points with endless capacity, you know,
Yeah.
or infinite capacity.
Exactly, as Mr. Turtle Speed says. If you're playing in multiplayer and you had multiple farms, you'd run out of sell points very quickly on the map, because the farms would just fill up the sell points. And then what happens? If you're not producing anything, if the productions aren't actually running and producing stuff and consuming they never empty, so you'd run out of sell points.
On the multiplayer map, only one owner of the farm of a farm can have it, right?
Yeah.
Or can different farm owners buy the same production?
You can't buy the same buildings, no.
So one can go there and sell. Yeah, it's just a sell point for him, and you get the production chain. Yeah? That's what he says. Yeah, good idea. I mean, obviously they didn't think it through, if they think at all. So I'm already full, and my AI worker has just arrived at the sell point. I hope this is the sell point. Makes a 9% completion of the other contract.
You're going to get the 2 collectibles while you're up there.
Where?
At the grain mill.
Are there collectibles?
Yeah, there's 2 collectibles. Yeah, it's definitely going to need something from modders. I know.
You mean the one right on top of it?
There's one right on top, yeah, and there's another one. I mean, I've got some modded production buildings. Again, these were on Stevie's Facebook page. These haven't been made by Stevie. Somebody else has made these, but these are all factories based on the in-game ones. But their processing rate is so much higher. So again, these ones probably won't get full because they process like instant, almost near enough. But you've got to buy them and place them on the map. And you can't replace the vanilla ones with those ones, unfortunately, which would have been really nice. Because that would have been a great way of getting through the solving the issue.
So collected 2.
I think I ought to also place some beehives on this map now. Now we've got big fields and we've got areas, we've got space around the fields. We could probably do with some strategically placed beehives.
Why do you want to play beehives when you can place A-hives?
And we can get the yield boost from the beehives as well. It's all about the yield.
A-hives make better yield. Oh, I hate it when these signs and trees pop up 10 meters in front of my nose.
Did you get both collectibles at the grain mill?
Yes.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sure. You got the one on the top, and then did you get the one round the back on the floor?
The tractor in heaven, and the one in the basket. Wooden crate.
You've got all the ones from the village, haven't you? As you've been heading into the cereal factory.
Just collected one.
The one I'm going to have trouble finding on this map is the one that used to be in the corn maze.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no corn maze on Stevie's map, so he's moved the collectible that was in the corn maze. And I don't know where he's put it.
Yeah.
And without
He
the little,
buried it 10 meters under the ground.
and without the little handy feature of the collectibles being shown on the map, it's going to be very difficult tracking that down now. Probably end up getting to 99 collectibles, and that'll be the one that we're missing. So if we're missing a harvester eventually from the toy shop, that'll probably be the one we're missing.
Yeah, I don't like this running around because it makes me sick. That would be better if I had the third-person view. Oh. Yes, it only unloads when the motor is running. Shh. It's 5:20.
It's dark outside. Put the Christmas lights on soon. So all the gardens all lit up and twinkling and blinking and flashing.
By the way, I'd like to have my dinner at 6 o'clock. Can you arrange that? Since you are controlling the Greenwich time?
Probably. Maybe.
My bad. Would be very, very kind.
Boo, 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 boo. I'll do a bit of stone picking after this. I can get the old lime maker, making lime ready to do the lime spreading.
Yeah, I wonder if how much lime you can really produce with this thing. And he's running the plow 3 times across the field to get enough lime.
That's the weird thing. I'm using a plough, but I'm not digging up massive amounts of stones.
It's just the one stage.
Yeah, I'm not getting hundreds of thousands and millions of stones all over the field like I would expect, having used a plough.
Maybe it's just a subsoil and not a plow.
No, it's definitely a plough. This is in the plough section.
But
I'm not using...
Field 5, 6, 7, 2, they all show stones on the...
It's not red stones, I'm guessing.
It's yellow. Yellowstone. Must be Yellowstone Park.
Yogi Bear Park. Right, I've ploughed 4 fields now, so I'm going to take a break from ploughing. I've done loads today. I know there's still more fields to plough that have been harvested, but they'll just have to wait. Rome wasn't built in a day. And the reason why, because lazy Italians were in charge of doing it.
Yeah.
These are the same people that put up a tower and it's on the piss. Couldn't even put a tower up straight, could they, the Italians?
It reminds me of a joke.
And then
where
decided
the-
to turn it into a tourist attraction instead. I'm sorry, but if I'd made something that bad, I wouldn't be inviting people from all over the world to come and look at it. I'd be
Reminds
embarrassed.
me of a joke that a taxi driver has 2 people in his cab and he's driving through Cologne in Germany, and they are discussing what great things their nations have done. Like, it's an American and a Russian guy, and the Russian guy, he says, "Yeah, we built this huge building in 3 weeks and stuff," and then the American, "We built the Empire State Building in 2 days." Yeah, or something like that. I don't know exactly how the joke goes. And then they drive by the Cologne Dome, yeah, the cathedral, Cologne Cathedral. I said, "Oh, what's that building?" And the taxi driver says, "No idea. It wasn't there yesterday." You're supposed to laugh.
Might as well just pick up a few collectibles as I'm heading to the store. We need the stone picker upper.
You have jokes about Scottish people in the UK?
Oh yeah.
Are these jokes about Scottish people being very tight,
Some of them.
money-wise?
Some of them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, of course, about the shirt. Yeah? I saw one sketch in the other day that said an old lady goes to the post office, says, "I want a 50-cent stamp, please. Can you remove the price? It shall be a gift." Buy stamps these days.
People with stuff to post.
Is there still stuff to post?
Yeah, letters.
A lot of things you can do online. Mail it or whatever. There's still some things that you can do. Oh, what is that? Have you cheated? Oh my god.
The stone picker.
It's a fantastic stone picker. Can pick up stones that even are out of his range.
Yes.
Out of his pickup range.
Cultivates the field very nicely though, doesn't it? I think you are going to have to buy lime, sir. Am I going to have to buy lime? I don't know. Might get enough stones.
Maybe the lime production takes ages.
No, the lime production's pretty quick. And I think the conversion rate is fairly high as well. On the stone to lime ratio is pretty good.
Maybe you try after this field. Huh?
Why does that keep stopping? Have I got the stupid fucking stop on... Yeah, stupid stop on headland mode crap. Don't want that.
Do you get money by selling the stone, or because you're producing lime you're not getting any money?
Oh, why is it stopping? I don't want you to stop. Headland distance. If that makes a line bit of difference. Yeah, to be honest though, I was expecting a lot more stones having ploughed the field. This is the type of amount of stones I would expect having cultivated or harrowed. For ploughing, I would expect way more stones than this. What's going on with the stones?
Maybe this is not a plough, this is a subsoiler.
Oh, it's a plough. It's in the plough category.
Could be.
I bought it from the plough
the
menu.
texture-
It's set up as a plough.
the
In the
texture is
XML, it's a plough. The texture is a plough. Yeah, it's definitely a plough. I imagine,
Looks like
yeah,
a
I
plough,
imagine
smells
one
like a
day we'll
plough,
have to
it's
buy
like a plough.
lime. After, you know, several years on the map, once we've exhausted all our supply of stones, we'll have to start buying lime. But I don't
You
plan
think
on
so?
I don't plan on buying any lime in the short term if I can help
I
it.
think that stones will eventually be got rid of completely.
Oh, I imagine they will be.
No.
They're a
They
non-renewable. They're a
fantastically
non-renewable.
automatically produce.
They're a non-renewable source of stuff.
In these games, it's renewable energy.
You'll have Greta Thunberg going on a march. Save the stones! Save the stones!
Yes.
Shut up, you annoying wench.
Just use a truck and drop it on their house.
And we've always got hawkstone, don't forget. We could always go and get hawkstone from Jeremy's farm. That's been there for 3,000 years. It was there before the baby Jesus was born. I'm going to be sure to have a couple of bottles of those tonight, I think. Might have to have a couple of bottles of Clarkson lager.
Sure have.
Celebrate New Year.
Be a good opportunity. Where's my truck? Standing in the middle of nowhere. It didn't go where I wanted it. Why? Why? Oh, why didn't I take the blue pill?
Take the blue
Or
pill.
was it the red? You did turn right. Why? No, maybe there was a car.
Give me stones.
Everything
Give
you
me
have
stones.
to do yourself. If you want it done properly, you have to do it yourself. Oh, there is a hill. There was a sign saying there is a hill.
You want a job doing properly? Okay, I'm not going to even bother doing it then. Want a job doing properly? Do it yourself. Oh, great. I'm never going to get it done properly then, am I?
That would be Clarkson saying it. I want a larger field of view. I will go to the menu later after I switched off.
Larger field of view.
Tweak it again.
I'm going to have a massive field of view next week when I'm playing in 4K. Everything's going to look really tiny on my screen.
Yeah, sure.
The HUD will be
Doesn't change.
even smaller.
Another hill. It's Benny Hill. Rest in peace.
Rest in pieces. Harvest income.
Another one. What?
You're getting paid for stuff now.
Why?
Because you may be tipping too much stuff.
For this contract, maybe, yeah. Then the contract is finished when I harvested it, huh? Oh my god. Have you tweaked with the contracts? I'm supposed to do harvesting, and what do? I drive back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like a madman. Because the AI is rubbish.
AI is useless. I don't think we've got a front loader. I can't put the stones in the top of the stone crusher line making machine thing.
Collectible. I found another collectible.
Collectibles.
It is so nice to find collectible.
Collectibles.
You see, all the grass fields are gone over here. No rolling bales.
So we've got nearly 3,000 stones, I think. By the time I've done these fields, that should give us a little bit of line.
I like driving around the map, but I'm not used to like the popping up. I'm not used to it because of the tweaking we did, you know. 300% distance. But I fear if I fiddle around with it that it doesn't start again.
Yeah, you can't
But
change
you can't
the
load
you
them up.
can't change the view distances, the draw distances. That's the thing that will definitely cause the game to crash when you try loading this map, because you're trying to render too much stuff. The more short-sighted you can be, the better on this map, I think. You only want to see what's directly under your nose.
You want to do a harvest contract? You can complete it. Because I'm off and we have a nice dinner.
Fondue.
And then
You're having a
prepare for the
fondue.
New Year. Fondue.
You're having a fondue.
Proper fondue. What, some good beef? Only beef. Fondue.
Yeah, I'll carry on with the harvesting contracts. I'm about to do a stint in the harvester again. I've done quite a few other little jobs now. So I'm probably due a trip to the harvester.
This part is almost done. And
Because
the other one is
I've only been streaming for 7 hours, so I've only just started my day's work really.
well, this one is 74% complete. Hopefully you can sell this stuff. See, maybe I tweak a little bit. Options. Advanced graphics settings. So what is doing the popping up? Huh? What is doing the popping up of trees and textures? Is it object draw distance?
Object
or
draw
terrain
distance,
lot distance?
I think.
Because the terrain lot distance is 200%. Maybe I do that to 150%. Okay, with the object draw distance, I put at 160%. Is texture filtering also something that is taken power? On ISO 4.4 times, 8 times. Terrain quality very high. Foliage draw distance 160%. Object draw distance 160%. I hope that's a really much increase.
Okay, we've got
Mesh.
over 3,000 stones. That should make quite a nice little bit of lime, I think.
Let's see if it still loads or if it crashes.
Crash!
Oops.
Oh!
61. Oh, yeah, it loads.
Savior of the universe. Crash! Oh!
So maybe I can, with every time I come into the game, I can tweak it a little bit.
Now I need to switch this on. Also, it starts making lime. Activate! $1,000 stones makes 4,000 lime. So I've got 3,000 stones, so that will make 12,000 lime. That'll be enough to fill my lime spreader once. which will be enough to do 1 row of a field.
Okay, take care.
Okay then, Mr. Helge, you have a good New Year.
Yeah,
And
slide
speak to you
over
next
safe.
year, Mr. Helge.
Yeah. I will not talk to you this year again.
Yeah, I won't talk to you this year anymore this year. He's mulching away. He's here with his oats. There's the harvester, that's what I want. This bad boy. This bad lad. Oh, of course, we've still got all the straw to come and pick up yet. Bloody hell. Before we complete the contracts, we want to get the straw. Might need to get the fast track to do that. Choo-choo train. Boom, 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 boom. I think we've still got another field to harvest after this one, haven't we? As well. Because he's doing 2 harvest contracts. This is only the first field. These fields are massive now. Stevie's worked his magic on them. They're huge. 94, 95. We're slowly getting full. We are slowly getting full. 98, 99, 100. Why did the engine stop? Makes no sense. %. We might as well go and sell this at 92%. But whilst I'm over here, I might as well pick up a couple of collectibles, hadn't I? Whilst I'm in this neck of the woods. So we'll go and get the one off the really high place. Unless Mr. Helgi's already been up here and got it. No. 7 more to be found of those. Then I want to come back down here. And I have to go up these steps here. Up these steps here. Green plough. Perfecto. I then want to go... Where do I want to go? In here. Into the little box in here. Pick up a trailer. Thank you. And then lastly, I want to come in here. I want to grab that one. While I'm over here, let's just have a run this way. Pick up the horse from over there. And just have a quick drive over here because there's a couple I can get in this area without having to travel too far. So I can get Blue piggy. Green sheepy. Red cow. Hop out here, grab the blue piggy from over here. That's okay, and then grab the ones from over here too. Another water trailer. Might as well just go on a little bit of a collectible hunt while I'm on my way to the sell point. That one. Blue moo cow. Collectible. Get the piggy. And beer. There we go. There's a few more collectibles picked up. Those ones. Well, there should be one in there. Maybe not. got that one. That's a couple more collectibles found. Raises the money a little bit, doesn't it? Probably should have me bacons on while I'm on the field. Not got that one. And that means he probably hasn't got the super duper hidden one, which is just up here in that manhole cover. Now, this is the cereal factory, so we've got a tip in there. We're not tipping anything. I think what I might do, I might have to just tip the stuff in our silo for now. Store the oats in our silo because these contracts are not completing. Has the Massey Ferguson finished mulching? Yeah, pretty much. Right, I'm going to unload the oats in our silo. He's not going to give way. Could have done with maybe a bigger trailer. tired. Dum 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 dum. Try and get this contract done. A lot of straw. A lot of straw. Nearly full. I think we're going to be able to complete this field just by harvesting it now. Half full again. See if this guy will actually... He's off. And that's the only problem. AI traffic gets in the way. Who's doing it? Now he's completed his task. So he will deliver to the silo from a field. Very useful to know. Just won't deliver to the sell points. But anyway, folks, I'm going to save it here because I'm going to go and have my dinner. I'm going to pick up with this later on, maybe off camera. Get the straw picked up before I actually finish the contract, because otherwise it might stop me from picking up the straw. So I'll probably save the rest of the harvesting until after I've picked up all the straw and everything. So yeah, that's what I'll do. So thank you everybody who's tuned into today's stream. I do appreciate it. Save the game. Exit it there. And like I say, I will be back. Obviously, we'll be playing more of this map in multiplayer over the next coming days and weeks. I will be hopefully getting back to my Let's Play series next week, once I've done all that stuff. Yeah, for now, from me here on the channel, it is goodbye, folks. Cheerio.